Good morning. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Kaash Foundation. The Kaash Foundation was established in 2019. The chief protagonist of this foundation is Dr. Avkash Jadhav, who has been in the field of social work, human rights, and environmental and heritage activism. Kaash Foundation has successfully organized its first international multidisciplinary conference on the theme of transition and transformation of cities, life, literature, and culture, Mumbai chapter, on 17th 18th February 2020 in collaboration with University of Mumbai. After the grand success of the conference, the second international symposium was organized on 12th May 2020 on the same theme, that was concerns, complexities, and dialogues in religious philosophy in collaboration with Hindu University, Indonesia, Archaeology Institute of Afghanistan, under the Ministry of Culture, Afghanistan, also Indian Council of Historical Research, New Delhi, Center for Study of Society and Secularism, and ICAM Foundation. The success of the third conference led us to, to the conference under our newly formed Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development on the theme of colossal and collateral challenges for sustainable environment. This conference was held on 25th May 2020 in collaboration with University of Ottawa, Canada. And today, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all and to inaugurate the opening of the fourth international conference on trajectories and intersections in writings of history and literature by Kaash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development, CAPD, in collaboration with Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Knowledge Academics, Spain, and St. Andrew's Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts. I would now like to request our Honorable Dr. Avkash Jadhav, the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation and the director of Center of Academic and Professional Development, to please come and address this esteemed gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Devdutt. Thank you, Meghna, for that introduction. Kaash Foundation was launched in October 2019. Kaash Foundation works on four verticals, E2 and H2, education, environment, health, and heritage. As we look at these four pillars of any society to progress and develop, under the sector of education, we try to engage with various municipal schools. Under the sector of education, we try to organize various programs, workshops, and also lecture series. Under the concept of environment, we are into plantation drives, cleanup drives, and also take up all the issues which somewhere would allow us to fight for the cause of saving our environment as well as ecosystem. In the category of health, we are very strongly promoting the culture of non-allopathic medicine or the culture of healthy lifestyle. And also we are equally trying to promote how we can engage in the healthy practices that we have healthy mind and a healthy body. And in terms of heritage, we are strongly following the guidelines of UNESCO and also the Article 51A of Constitution of India for the protection and preservation of the monuments and heritage of the country as such. And the vertical of heritage, we are looking at preservation, conservation, and restoration of our heritage, which is our pride. Because what we can pass on to the next generation is basically a good environment and a good heritage as such. So we welcome you all. I, as director of Kaash Foundation, as well as founder trustee of Kaash Foundation, I welcome you all for this August gathering. Thank you, Meghna. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jadhav. Now, I would like to invite upon Dr. Geeta Ajit, the Associate Coordinator of Kaash Foundation Center for Academic and Professional Development, and the joint organizer of this conference, to give us insight and for further deliberation. Dr. Ajit, please welcome.
Thank you, Meghna. Thank you very much. Once again, good morning to all of you all who are present here and watching the 4th International Conference on the theme, Trajectories and Intersections in the Writings of History and Literature. We already know we have Kaash Foundation, CAPD of Kaash Foundation in collaboration with Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center for High Commission, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Knowledge Academic Spain, and St. Andrews Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts together bring you this program. Now let me introduce CAPD, that is Kaash Foundation Center for Academic and Professional Development. This too is a brainchild of Dr. Avkash Jadhav, who believed that we need to find novel ways to ensure that education and opportunities should be available to all those who seek it. Keeping in tune with that philosophy, we at CAPD believe in the motto that time to renew, reinvent, and reinvigorate is now. For this, CAPD proposes to achieve the following 4 objectives. Opportunities of academic excellence to faculty and educational institutions through quality improvements of systems, optimal delivery models, and creating avenues to possibility of collaborative research. We also believe to provide the best practices to enhance teaching skills and professional development by conducting workshops, seminars, conferences, and faculty development programs. We also provide suggestions, recommendations, resources, and training programs to institutions and organizations seeking to strengthen, upgrade, and increase their footfalls in the academic and international circles. We also create opportunities for students by helping them to identify potentials and develop core skills, that is by interact by participation and learn through foreign exchange programs. We at CAPD also ensures that there are several benefits to those who join the center. To begin with, you will be joining a center where excellence is at the core of a system, and you will reap a range of benefits to support you throughout your career, from skills to developing abilities and educational assistance. CAPD offers you extraordinary advantages which will benefit you at various stages in the advancement of your career. We at CAPD make accomplishment a priority by providing access to top facilities and programs to help you to reach your optimal potential. CAPD also ensures complete assistance and support to promote all activities undertaken for the beneficiary and remains committed till the very end of the program. So now let's move on to the theme of today's conference, Trajectories and Intersections of Writings in History and Literature. To study history is to study literature, said Robert Wilmot. And these words ring true if you study the work of Thucydides, the general from Hellesmus who recounts the 5th century war between Sparta and Athens in his history of the Peloponnesian War. On the one hand, some scholars view this as an objective scientific piece of history. According to J.B. Bury, this is a work of pure history because it is severe in detachment, written from a purely intellectual point of view, unencumbered with platitudes and moral judgments, cold and critical. On the other hand, this work can be read as a piece of literature rather than an objective record of historical events. This view is embodied by the work of W.R. Connor, who describes Thucydides as an artist who responds to, selects, and skillfully arranges his materials and develops its symbolic and emotional potential. Here we see how the work of Thucydides in 5th century BC is both historical fact and a work of literature. So we see how he has already established that the trajectories and intersections are present in history and literature. So through this conference, we intend to explore the writings in literature and history and the intricate tangled relationship each has with the other. In addition to this, history and literature individually, each has its own defined notions of space, place, and position as it travels through time, which has been marked both by cooperation and by conflict. By this exploration, we hope to stimulate synchronic and diachronic comparative perspectives on the trajectory and intersection of both history and literature in order to contribute a better understanding in the presence of past, present, and future. Today, we have eminent erudite writers, scholars, and academicians with us who, with their vast body of knowledge and expertise, will definitely enlighten us further on this. So, I once again welcome each one of you to this program, and over to you, Meghna. Meghna?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That's really insightful. And I must say, CAPD has a very neat mandate for educating everybody, giving us the information. Now the time that we were all eagerly waiting for has come. We are indeed very honored to have Dr. Devdutt Patnaik amid us today as our keynote speaker. Dr. Devdutt Patnaik wears many hats. He's a doctor, a mythologist, a speaker, an illustrator, and an author, popularly known for his prolific writings on sacred folklores, ancient Indian scriptures, legends, and parables, etc., among many other writings, mostly for challenging willful misinterpretations of stories, symbols, and rituals thereof. His work focuses largely on the areas of myth, religion, mythology, and management. His work encompasses the areas of religion and management, myth and mythology. An innovator of practice, he has incorporated Vedic knowledge into human resource management. His writings frequently feature in dailies and other publications. He hosts a radio show and an epic TV channel. Personally, one of my favorite authors too. I would like to request Dr. Devdutt Patnaik to enthrall us with all his pearls of wisdom on the title Locating Myth in History.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Devdutt Patnaik, and I trained in medicine and I worked in the pharma industry for 14 years. But in my free time, I would study the word mythology is used casually by many people. I studied mythology, and over time, now I've been doing this for the last 20 years, and it has become a highly detailed subject for me because I realize that when we use the word mythology, people use it very casually. And now I realize how vast the subject is and how closely it is related to history. And it is an important thing, over time, because my work has become more academic. I would like to begin by first defining the subject, right? So I'll give you simple definitions. These are not academic definitions, but I will go with simple definitions. So for me, a fact is everybody's truth. And usually a fact is established using a measuring instrument or evidence. Like in history, you have epigraphy, you have archaeology. So fact is everyone's truth. It's easier established in the pure sciences, that is physics, chemistry, and biology, using measuring instruments. And it has to be, so the rules of science applies to it. That is the world of fact. The world of fiction is completely the world of imagination. So it's the world where I can fantasize and create worlds, and it is nobody's truth. So you have everybody's truth and nobody's truth. And in between, there is something called myth, which is somebody's truth, which is how I see the world. And the word of myth usually tries to explain how, about why the world exists, and how the world came into being, and why do we exist, and why do we live. So the whole idea of mythology revolves around the notion that what is meaning, what is meaningful to our existence, what is meaningful to our lives. That is where the word mythology comes from. It is not interested in facts, it is interested in giving meaning. So that is a fundamental thing. You see, there is a very famous sentence given by Panini, or at least Panini has been quoted, that when you talk about language, you don't go to a linguist, you go to the market and find out what people are speaking. But if you want to find a pot, you want to go to a potter's house. So to find a pot, you go to a potter's house, but to find language, you don't go to a linguist's house, you go to the market. In the same way, when you want to understand history, where do you go? Do you go to the historian or do you go to the market? Is the question we have to ask. When you go to the market, you will realize people tell stories. They tell stories, some of which may be historically accurate, but most of it is not. What people tell each other is embellished with imagination. Some are pure imaginations, fantasy stories, imaginary stories, but some telescope with history. And this is the world where we come into the world of legends and myths. And the word mythology, therefore, is defined in the simplest way as stories, symbols, rituals that are transmitted over generations to give a community a worldview. It creates a worldview. So it's a way of looking at the world. How did the world begin? How the world will end? Why were you created? Why are you in a particular situation? So it asks etiological questions. Why? Causations. And that is the world, that mythology that I live in. And I always have to deal with the fact that many people I see casually referring to me as historian. And I keep wondering, why do they call me historians? Because I use a lot, because I always locate mythology in history. And I therefore refer a lot to history in my talks. I always use words like Vedic period, and I use words like Puranic period, and I use words like Bhakti period. The reason for this is because mythology is not ahistorical. It doesn't exist outside time. It transforms over time. And one of my most interesting subjects, which I work on right now, is the history of mythology. Hence this topic, locating myth in history. For example, when I read the Rig Veda, I always tell people Rig Veda has no reference to Ram or Krishna or Vishnu or Shiva. There is no mention of these gods at all. And it disturbs many people because for them, these gods are eternal and they always exist. And the same thing happens when you talk about Islam. When you use the word Islamic mythology, many people get upset because they think of it as the truth. Now, the reason for this is in the 19th century, and this is the problem, right? History as a subject emerged only in the 19th century. If we lived in the 18th century, we would not separate history from legend, from myth, truly. So the history of history, which people have studied, and lots of people have studied the history of history, we know that these images, over this subject emerged in the late 19th century, and people started separating fact from fiction. But the problem is these ideas emerged in Europe, and the problem came when they came towards religion. As long as they were talking about kings, everything was fine. You could separate fact from fiction. You could say that King Arthur is a legendary figure. King Arthur is a legendary figure, but Queen Elizabeth I is a historical figure. But the moment you came to Jesus Christ, you didn't know what to do. Was it a historical figure? Was it a mythological figure? Now, suddenly, the church and the state clash. The scientist has to deal with a very powerful establishment called the church. Today, we don't carry that burden. In a way, we are seeing it resurging again, this resurgence of these ideas. So, for example, Muhammad, should we see it as a historical figure or as a mythological figure is what I'm asked. And I always tell people, go and search carefully for evidence. And the easiest way to understand the difference is this. Muhammad is a historical figure. Prophet Muhammad is a mythological figure. Because prophet assumes messenger of God. God is not a historical concept. Therefore, message of God is not historical, and messenger of God is not a historical idea. So it steps out of the historical realm into some other realm, but not historical realm. Nobody will say God is a historical figure. And therefore, the clash happened in the 19th century, where you start seeing people like Darwin, who challenges the notion that the Bible, the world originated in 5000 BCE. He suddenly said the world is much older than that. And now people are trying, in America, for example, there is a clash between evolution and creationism because you're trying to make scientific, religion scientific. You're trying to give evidence where none exists. Matters of faith are being confused with matters of evidence. And this will always be there. This clash will always be there because we don't understand human psychology. Human psychology is not satisfied with facts. Human beings want meaning. So when I read a history book, I'm not actually reading a history book. I want to know these words. Look at the way history is written. History is written with words like hero, villain, victim. Hero, villain, victim. These are not historically accurate terms. These are symbolic terms. These are emotional terms in order to elevate a character and to transform him into a larger than life narrative. And this turns a historical event into a legendary or a mythical idea. Because hero, villain, victim is a classic structure that you find in Greek myths. So you find these ideas, this idea of presenting, for example, Chanakya as a heroic figure. He may have existed in history or not. But why do we make him a heroic figure? The moment you make him a heroic figure, he enters the world of literature. He enters the world of legend. He enters the world of not mythology yet, because mythology has to deal with cosmic proportions. Legend does not deal with cosmic proportion. It deals with more territorial proportions. It's a scale issue. And this is where mythology has to be understood. I keep telling people that mythology and history are very closely related because as in the 19th century, people started understanding history, they started also creating the subject of mythology. So the subject of history and the subject of mythology runs parallel. But today when we go to universities, we will find departments of history. We don't find departments of mythology. We don't find, because we don't know where to locate it. It is a problem because where do you teach Ramayana and Mahabharata in India? If you locate it in history, it is not accurate. Which place do you locate it? Where do you teach people the Bible? Is it to be, the people create a new category called religious studies because we are afraid of saying it is not based on scientific evidence. And that is the problem. Words like God, words like prophet, words like heaven, words like hell, angels, demons, these are very critical to human society. They are necessary for human survival. We have to believe it exists and therefore plays a very important role in framing society and plays a very important role in binding communities. And if you tell that community that your faith is not fact, they get angry and they get violent and they get very upset because human beings want to believe that life is more than the material. We want to believe that there is a larger narrative. We want to believe we are part of a big narrative. So you want to believe that the end of the world is coming and I am following the right path. And if I live the right way, what happens to me after death? A historian can't answer those questions. Mythology can. History cannot answer the question, what happens to me after death? So when you look at the pyramids of Egypt, it's a historical fact that the pyramids were created. But what was the motivation for creating the pyramids? Was it an economic motivation? Was it a political motivation? And that is a very crude way of understanding human society. It is really a vision of people. They believed in the afterlife. They believed all the tombs that are built, all the graves that are built, the Taj Mahal, the assumption that there is something after death is what motivates us to create these huge works of arts. When the crusades happen, many people try to reduce the crusades into economic and political activities, that they were done for power, they were done for wealth. They refuse to believe that there's a larger than life vision which propelled the common man to be part of the crusades. They did believe that they were fighting for a holy land. Now, holiness is not a historical concept, it's an assumption of a people. It is a vision of a people, but it plays a critical role in shaping history. So, myth shapes history, myth establishes community. This is why it is important. We use words like today, we use words like fake news and propaganda, but they play a why do they work? Because they function at a very powerful emotional level. To use Sanskrit word, they work at ahankar. They work on our primal emotions of pride and anger and jealousy and hatred and passions. History doesn't do that. Justice, for example, people use the word social justice. People forget justice is a mythical idea. It is not a fact. Equality is not a fact. It is a belief. We want society to be made of equal. We want egalitarianism. We want there to be justice in the world. So justice and equality, which drives many social activists, these are mythical ideas. These don't exist in the world, but they are what will propel history forward. Just as the belief in Aryavarta or Bharatvarsha or this land belongs to me, this idea of belongingness, this land belongs to me, property, these are the imaginations of people. These are not facts, but these imaginations propel us. So when I am studying myth, I will always study story, symbol, ritual. I first try to look at where the story emerged, which historical period emerged. More than history, nowadays I'm interested in geography, because we often use India as a single unit, and that is a problem. We don't realize that India is not a single unit. We have to look at history, these stories, in a very complex way. Since we are in Bombay, and I want to talk, for example, when you talk of Vitthal, Vitthal is a form of Vishnu which is worshipped in Maharashtra. When I am studying Vitthal, I will read R.C. Dhere's wonderful books on Maharashtra history. And we suddenly realize, when did the idea of Krishna emerge? It doesn't emerge in Maharashtra. The whole story is based on Ganga and Yamuna, which is far away from Maharashtra. So it comes from the Gangetic plain. When did it arrive in Maharashtra and had such a profound influence on people that the local Vithala becomes a form of Krishna? It doesn't happen 10,000 years ago. It had to happen in a historical moment. And we know the historical moment when we read Jnaneshwar's poetry. We know that about 700-800 years ago, Vitthal had been established as a form of Krishna in Maharashtra. But what about 1500 years ago? What about 2000 years ago? When did the story of Krishna emerge? So the first mention of Krishna is where? And people find words like Krishna in the Upanishads, but the real story of Krishna as we know it comes from the Harivansha. The oldest story that we have comes from the Harivansha. And Harivansha is dated to around 300-400 AD. That means 1600 years ago, we find for the first time a complete description of Krishna as a cowherd. Before that, you have the Mahabharata, where he is described as a statesman. So the transformation, the statesman's life as an adult, and we are told that in his previous life, he was a cowherd, and the story comes to us from 400 AD. So for me, locating the story in history is very important. I will not look for Krishna in the Vedas, in the Upanishads, in the Brahmana literature. In the entire Vedic pantheon, we do not find any story of Krishna at all. We don't find bhakti in that. Bhakti comes so much later. So locating myth in history for me is a very important. But increasingly, I'm going into locating myth in history and geography. Because, in ancient India, there was a concept that you should look at Desha, Kala, Guna. Desha is geography, Kala is history, and Guna is the people involved. So whenever you are talking about a story, symbol, and ritual, first step one, locate it in time, locate it in space. So locate it in history, locate it in geography, and most importantly, Guna. Who are you talking to? When I'm talking to a historian, I give a very different set of information. If I'm talking to a politician, I cannot give the same set of information because a politician is not interested in the fact. He's interested in power. And therefore, I have to tell him stories that will enable him to work with power. If I'm talking to a child, I have to give him visions that will enable him to negotiate and navigate with life in a better way. So, the audience determines the story that I'm going to tell. When we talk about myth and history, I give a very simple example. There are two sets of stories in India that were written between 300 BCE and 300 AD. One is called the Jatakas and one is called the Panchatantra. Jatakas create a worldview about rebirth. Panchatantra talk about ethical and moral issues on a day-to-day life. Jatakas are myths. Panchatantras are not myths. Panchatantra come in fables and parables because they have a moral ending. They are trying to tell you how to live a good life. However, Jataka is considered a myth because it is talking about karma. It is talking about rebirth. It is talking about how Buddha became the Buddha. It is trying to give you a worldview. It is at a cosmic level. Both are located in the same period. This period between 300 BC and 300 AD is where you have the Ramayana being written down, the Mahabharata being written down, the Puranas being written down, which means we see a transformation in Indian society from the Vedic, which was restricted to a one group of people, to a larger narrative of the Purans. And what you notice is that the Puranic stories give a lot of value to the household life. So you suddenly see it is contesting the Buddhist narratives, because Buddhist narratives emerged to tell people that the purpose of life is to withdraw from the world. And therefore you have stories of Buddha withdrawing from the world, while Ramayana and Mahabharata will always talk of people who participate in the world. So if Buddha leaves the palace and goes to the forest, Ram and Krishna leave the city, go to the forest, and come back to the city. And thus you see how stories evolve over history to communicate a point of view, a worldview, a cosmic worldview. And therefore, when you study the history of India, we have to also study their stories and see how it establishes people's truth. Not the truth, but the people's truth. What was the truth of the people? And that is what mythology focuses on. These are questions that mythology, it looks at a cosmic level. Legends look at, as I said, at a temporal level, much shorter level. I think Avkash would have to ask, since we are in Bombay and we have to talk about the image of Tulsa Bhavani giving a sword to Shivaji. It's a very famous image. Is it a historically accurate event, or is it a legend? This legend legitimizes, the role of legitimacy plays a very important role. It's a very important image from a political and an economic point of view, but it is located in the realm of imagination. It is located in the realm of legend. And if you ask the believer, he'll say it's a historically accurate event. It did happen. For him, Tulsa Bhavani is a historical person. She is the goddess who manifests and gives kingship to Shivaji. So that image is a very important image. You find such stories around the world. In Vietnam, when I traveled in Vietnam, I found the same story of a goddess emerging from a lake and giving the sword. Or you have the story of King Arthur getting a sword, Excalibur. This idea of a sword being given by the gods to a king is a very important mythic narrative that elevates an ordinary human being to become a leader, Today, we are finding politicians using mythic imagery to establish themselves into legends. You see this in this idea of people battling crocodiles and sitting, meditating on Himalayan mountain tops and writing letters to Mother Earth. Mother Earth is not a historical character. Just as God is not a historical character, prophet is not a historical character, but they play a very important role in history. Jesus may be a historical character, but the Christ part of it, Messiah, Son of God, cannot come under the historical perspective. However, it plays a critical role in shaping history, in shaping politics, in shaping economics. And therefore, locating myth in history is absolutely critical. And I don't know how it will be included in academia someday, but I hope it is. I can see when I read a lot of Upinder Singh, and she's one of my favorite historians, because of the political history of political violence she has written. I mean, I will challenge the way the stories, the title of the book, but the idea of the myth is often sidelined, and we don't realize what a critical role it plays in shaping human history. And that's what I wanted to share with you today morning. So that's my talk. And now we can open it to questions. So this was my speech. I hope it is of value to historians on locating history, myth in history. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Devdutt, thank you for that illustrious, and I would rather say a very vivid way of projecting, because I've been teaching history all these years, and I am not a popular historian the way you are. Perhaps we get entangled into the causes and the factors and the effect and the chronological detailing, and on various occasions I felt that we dilute the very essence at times, and the subject, in fact, rather than becoming interesting, it becomes too tedious. A few questions, with your permission, I would like to engage with you in this segment of In Conversation with Devdutt Patnaik. And it would be again uncut and uncensored and rather very raw, the way we look at it. Now, Devdutt, when you mentioned about this entire worldview, you said it is nothing else but stories, the symbols, and the rituals which are transferred over generations, and they actually try to give us a worldview. Devdutt, I really echo your entire argument here, because sometime back I tried to present a paper on metaphysical symbols of ancient India in Greece. And then after the presentation, the scholars came up to me and they said, we do have some common symbols. The symbols you represented in your presentation are the symbols which we use. Devdutt, the only problem was, or the only contention was, they had completely different definitions of these symbols. So why there is a diversification of identifying, and why there is a diversification in the connotations of the symbols in worldwide?
So, it's the easiest way to understand is to draw a Venn diagram. Just draw a Venn diagram. The central part is the human side, that we are all human, so something will be common. But each circle is a cultural division. It's a cultural division, right? Okay. So let us look at Greek stories, and let's not symbols. Symbols are complex because they're visual, right? They're visual. Unlike words, words are much easier, but they're at a mythological level. Symbols come first. Rituals come first, then symbols, and then stories. So stories are really the crude form of mythology, but they are the most accessible form of mythology. Mm-hmm. Stories are the most accessible, but they're not the crudest form. Now, Greek myths never talk about rebirth.
Correct.
There is no concept of rebirth in Greek myths. So when you see the Greek myths, the stories, what happens to a hero? He will die, and when he dies, he's going to be judged at the end of death. There are going to be 3 judges who are going to judge him whether he has been a hero or not. The whole story revolves around, are you a hero or not? Now that's the Greek structure. So the Greeks believe, so you have to read the stories and you'll realize they are obsessed with the idea of death. And in the death, what happens? I mean, death is a very good topic to I'm just a little confused. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So the point is, so Greek stories will always talk of one life, at the end of which you'll be judged by 3 judges, and the judges will decide whether you are a hero or not. So that is the primary concern of Greek myths. Hindu mythology of roughly the same period, not exactly the same period, because we are when you're reading about the Greek myths, we have not really become Puranic. It's somewhere between, it's a mix between the Vedic and the Puranic period. I mean, we're not 100% sure about it for various reasons, but mota moti, the Puranic period, we are talking about rebirth. So when there is no concept of judgment, there is no God who's judging you at the end of life, who is going to decide, are you going to heaven or hell? Are you going to be a hero? That is not a concern of Hindu stories, Buddhist stories, Jain stories. They are not interested in heroism, and there is no one life. Therefore, the symbols are not going to express that idea.
Okay.
So the symbols are you have to. The problem with symbols, I don't know what is the mindset of the person creating the symbol.
Okay. Okay.
Because I don't know the mindset of like when you and I will do swastika symbol, we come from a particular mindset.
Okay.
When you show it in Europe, they will get hysterical because they will only see Hitler. They will not see the 4 dots that we put. A swastik symbol cannot exist without those 4 dots.
Correct. Correct.
Without the 4 dots, it's not swastik at all.
It's not swastik at all. Right.
And you and I have an emotional connection and a symbolic. We may not be able to explain it, but if tomorrow there is a puja in your house, you will use the swastik symbol very casually and nobody will question it, and we will just see it as we'll use words like shubh hai. We don't really know what it means, but we know it's shubh. You will not put it during a funeral.
Correct. Correct.
So you have an intuitive understanding because of a cultural transmission which has taken place, which has gone on for hundreds of years.
Correct.
Your colleagues in Harvard have never gone through it. They intellectually know the swastika as a solar system image from Bronze Age. They may know intellectually that it is a Hitler, but emotionally they will connect it with Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is the only connection they have. So that is why when you are talking to them, you are living in 2 different planets.
Actually.
Although we assume that we are equal, but
yeah, we are not. So the dot you're mentioning basically draws a very clear line which we need to see and we need to identify with. Devda, there is another question which has come up is when you say locate mythology and history. So in your writings, you have played with mythology in and out with your finest strokes. Now, I just have a small question here that how do you then draw the line of objectivity in your writing? Because history has to be written objectively. But then when you play with mythology, how do you draw the line of objectivity between history, literature as such?
So, objectively, nobody is a hero in the world. Right?
Okay.
So, I and Ramchandra Guha often have debates on Twitter privately, not publicly, because, so I always tell Ramchandra Guha that when he writes on Gandhi, he's obviously in love with Gandhi. And he genuinely believes he's objective about Gandhi and objectively he admires him, but admiration is never objective.
Actually,
human beings, because objectively speaking, human beings are human beings. We respond to crisis in different ways and everybody in their imagination is heroic.
Yes. Yes.
But the historian sits in judgment and says, who do I decide as the hero and who do I decide as the villain? And these are, of course, as you know, it's emotional topics in India. And when you talk about Gandhi, there are many people who don't see him as heroic. How do you account for that?
Okay.
So history is created with people and their stories, and they don't have all the information that the historian has. He doesn't have access to the letters and the detailed understanding. So history, that objectivity which we place on history is at an academic and scientific level valuable, but at a popular level is not. Popularly, the audience wants to know. So when I'm writing, I'm very aware of the audience. I keep telling people, these are a popular book. It's not a historian book. When I'm talking to a historian, I will explain mythology very differently. When I'm talking to a politician, I am half the time looking at his hand, no, uske haath mein talwar hai, wo sar katega. So how can you ever tell the truth to a king? The king is always told lies. You never tell the king the truth because he has a sword in his hand. When he gets upset, he'll cut your head off.
Right. Voltaire had said, like, history is nothing but blatant lies agreed upon by all the victors. So, taking the clue from there, you mentioned about the classification of history as heroes, victims, and villains. And then you also went on to say, like, sometimes these heroes are over glorified. And when you have the process, Devdutt, of over glorification, do you think the over glorification happens maybe because there are certain marginalized sections who do not, who should not be over glorified or who should not be glorified, or rather, do you feel that we have to over glorify certain sections so that they overshadow the other sections of the same time?
So let's clarify from a historian's perspective. The historian looks at the event objectively, saying this group of people is glorifying it for this reason, for these audiences. Now that keeps you objective.
Okay.
Right? That keeps you objective. For example, calling Ram God is an objective thing. It is not subjective. It is very different from calling Gandhi a hero. Okay. Why? Because Hinduism presents Ram as an avatar of Vishnu. Vishnu is God. So I am communicating the story of Ram in a particular way in the Hindu context. When I locate Ram in Jainism, he is not God anymore. He is a Baladeva. He is one of the Salaka Purushas. So I have to explain to the person objectively ki dekho this is the transmitter, this is the receiver, this is the content, this was the purpose of transmission. Okay. I have now stepped out. Okay. I am not in it. The moment I say Ram acha admi tha as a historian, we have failed as historians.
Okay.
But as a mythologist, I will tell that, this creates this worldview. But the moment I become a Hindu person, I'll say Ram to Bhagwan hai, wo to Sanatan hai. So when you see me in public lectures, I will talk this language because that is the audience is looking for energy. They are not looking at fact. They are not interested in fact. Yes. They are not interested in ontology. It is an epistemic exercise. So the separation of ontology, remember in India, nothing is ontologic. By Indian philosophy, nothing is ontologic. That is what Shankaracharya is saying when he's saying Advaita, he's basically saying everything is epistemic. There is no ontology. The only ontology is Brahman.
Okay. Right. You mentioned like our contention generally rises when we say your faith is not fact. That's what you emphasize strongly. And so do you then look at it that there is a lot of attribute to fear which is given over faith, because you believe in certain things perhaps out of fear than faith, and that sustains for a longer duration?
See, we have to now at this point go a little to the subject of biology. I think you cannot study history unless you understand why do humans need history. Animals don't need history. Humans need history. Right. So we have to understand, and Yuval Harari in a very crude way. I find his book is very good, but it is a little simplistic. But the idea that all animals, and we are animals, are governed by two principles. One is hunger and one is fear. So the living organism always is looking for food, and he is afraid of being eaten by a predator. So we want food. So now these are two primal needs. In the corporate world, we use the word carrot and stick.
Yes.
Carrot and stick concept really comes from a very evolutionary need of food and fear.
Okay.
So all religion, in order to create communities, I will also use these two terms. I will talk about Jannat and Jahannam.
Okay.
Swarga and Naraka.
Right.
I will talk of Achhe Din and Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
So a politician will use Achhe Din One day the world will be a better place, but he will also use the word Pakistan in order to mobilize a community. It is a classic narrative structure which a deep understanding of human psychology. Is it objective? Is Achhe Din objective? Is Pakistan as the great enemy objective? Is open to different people reading it differently. But I can see this narrative structure because faith and fear are the two primal. Faith, I will get food. Yes. Faith that somebody will protect me. Fear, I will not get food. And fear, I will not be protected. These are two very primal things. So what happens is when faith is not there, then fear becomes very powerful.
Okay.
And given a choice, we are more afraid of the predator, or will you seek food? Is the question that we have to ask. So this is always going to be a battle. Faith and fear. It will never end. It will always be there. We will use it in different forms to live a happy life. Fear will give us depression, will give us paranoia, anxiety. Faith takes us out of depression, takes us out of paranoia. So all the hormones are released, all the dopamine, serotonin. So you remember, I'm now talking neurobiology, biology, when we're talking history, but you have to understand the human animal.
Yes.
Because he needs history. Animals don't need history. They don't have to remember unless survival. But we need to know my father's name, my grandfather's name, my community, my nationality. These are all historically ephemeral ideas.
Rousseau had mentioned man is a social animal, and perhaps he did not specify that man is a social animal who also needs history as that. Devdutt, you also went on to make a very strong comment when you said myth establishes communities, and then you said also it has to do a lot with the emotional level, and you emphasized on this word ahamkara, where we try to identify some of these inner emotions as such. Generally, history is looked upon as a literature which has no emotions, for that matter. But then when the way you're portraying it, it also comes out very strongly that perhaps the emotions were always sidelined when history was written. And history can also be emotionally packed area, for that matter, like from where, the way you mentioned, from where we operate and how do we present ourselves.
See, we have to be careful because history emerged as a subject in Europe. Okay. And Europe is shaped by biblical traditions and Greek traditions. And both biblical traditions and Greek traditions believe there is only one life. So there is an alignment between Europe's pagan traditions, Europe's religious traditions, and Europe's secular traditions. All three are aligned in the assumption that there is only one life. Right? And they are continuously talking of truth. Remember, this word truth is an obsession in Europe. And because India was ruled by European nations, we are now conditioned to use the word truth. But Indian philosophers were not interested in the truth. We were interested in suffering.
Okay.
We were interested in Maya. We were interested in wisdom, not truth.
Okay.
So if history emerged in India, they would have looked at India very differently. India would look at history not from the lens of what is true. India would have looked at lenses, how do different people look at the same truth? We would have focused on diversity of narratives. China looks at the history very differently. So all of us look at history very, very differently. And this is what our problem is. When we are looking at this, when I'm talking about this emotional angle, it's because I'm trying to look at this idea of an objective idea is a very European thing. God is seen in the ontological classification, that there is ontological, because it applies only to the material world. It applies to physics, chemistry, biology. When you apply to politics, economics, history, you will always have problems. You cannot apply objectivity to these three subjects, politics, economics. For example, a fakir, will you classify him as poor?
A fakir, if you look at it economically, I think we would tag it that way. But then in terms of wisdom,
does it sound accurate?
So when you say economically, I would say yeah, perhaps, but then when you look at the wisdom, the knowledge, the expertise he may showcase in his debates, deliberations, definitely he is far richer than.
It's a subjective. Now look at Digambara, the naked ascetic. All the naked Naga Babas, are they supposed to be seen as poor?
Absolutely not.
From an economic point of view, they are poor because
Yes,
it's
exactly.
now that's the problem with the Western way of thinking.
Yes.
They have not understood the subjective notion of wealth. That wealth is a subjective concept. Wealth is not an objective concept. I have met the richest men in our country, and I can give it to you in writing. They are all poor because they are continuously having ambition. You have ambition because you have no food in your stomach, na?
Okay.
When you have food in your stomach, you should be content. But obviously, they have no food in their stomach. They still have fire in the belly. So abhi tak garib hi hai na. But economists will say they are rich.
Yes.
When you are now let's step back. When do you run after food? When you are hungry.
Right.
We have now called hunger ambition.
Right.
And now we think of this as a normal activity. We don't see this as from a medical point of view, it is psychopathic.
Okay.
But the economist is not looking at it from a medical angle.
Okay.
He's not looking at it from a psychiatrist angle. He's only looking at it from an economic angle, and that's the problem. That's why the schools, they've created these departments, the economics. Now we have intersections, and you're talking about trajectories, intersections. We are using the intersectionality. Why are you using it? Because you are the ones who separated. You never put it together. You never saw economics from a psychological point of view. Psychology plays a very central role in the humanities. It doesn't play a role in the pure sciences, physics, chemistry, psychology. We don't, and therefore to study history without psychology. And therefore many historians lack empathy. I'll give you a classic example. He's a very famous historian, Eaton. ATO, and very good historian. I really like his books, but I can see his politics when he's writing. He's uncomfortable with religion. He wants to reduce everything into a political and economic activity. He does not understand spirituality. He doesn't understand the power of vision and God, and usko nahi acha lagta hai. So he strips his entire book on Persianate age, completely lacks the passion of Islam and the passion of Hinduism. There is no passion.
Okay.
So he's a great historian whom I admire a lot and I read a lot, but I know that he doesn't understand human beings. He doesn't. Usko empathy. I don't find empathy in his writing because he doesn't see people. That is an important thing to remember. I really like his work. And I'm like, because this is what the other day I saw a very beautiful film called Crash Course. It's meant for children, Crusades, which is done by this very nice guy who teaches history. And Crash Course in Crusades, he gave a very nice point. He said historians are trying to turn the Crusades into a secular activity of economics and politics, and they're not giving the courtesy that people genuinely believe in Jesus Christ. And they genuinely believed in the Crusades, and they genuinely believed that Muslims were evil. And Islamophobia, how it emerges at the Crusades, he said, we are not empathizing. The peasant over there is not thinking economics and politics. While that is true, economics is there, politics is there, but you cannot separate psychology.
Absolutely.
This separation of psychology is why you see passion in my voice. It is seen as a negative thing. Psychology, emotion is seen as negative because we are supposed to be objective. It's deracinated and dehumanization of humanities. That is what I say. Digambara is seen as poor. Fakir is seen as poor. Nobody in their right mind would call a fakir or a Digambar sage poor anywhere in the world except in the economist criteria. And that is not then the truth anymore, right? It is a incomplete truth. I won't say it is false. I will say it is an incomplete truth. I never use the word false. I don't believe in, because that is a power word. Incomplete. You don't have all the information. But the moment you add psychology into the conversation of Digambar, I realize it is my definition of poverty has to be questioned. My definition of wealth has to be questioned.
Has to be questioned. Devdutt, last question, and the classification, the way you rightly mentioned, in school, history and geography would always be clubbed together into the social sciences. And I am so happy and glad that you have now moved to the other very strong area of writing history, and writing history through geography, for that matter, the way you rightly said. And you classified it in the form of Desha, Kala, and Guna. So when you look at region and the time span and then the people, do you think, Devdutt, because of the negligence of perhaps the Guna, this entire school of thought or school of philosophy of subaltern has emerged, and the subaltern perhaps would rather overtake uh, the existing schools of writings, and these gunas are so powerful in their entire energy and in their entire presentation that the history rewriting or the deconstruction would come up more strongly. Do you feel that way?
See, subaltern word. Now, where does this word emerge historically? It comes from European and American. That famous Indian author, I forgot her name. She has introduced the word. Forget it. She's a very famous writer. But anyway, it emerges in European and American universities. But please note, it is again a Western construct, because you move from objective and then subaltern. So now you first spoke of objective. So you believe there was only one truth. Now you are having a confrontational approach, that there is altern and subaltern. This is classic Western mythic paradigm. Next time I'll give you a lecture on locating history in mythology. You have to locate history in mythology as much as you have in history. Because Western paradigm is either first there is one God and then there is revolution. So one God and revolution. So there is God and devil. So you have this one idea of objective history, and then suddenly now you have mainstream and subaltern. But there is no one subaltern and there is no one mainstream. There are many mainstreams, there are many subalterns, and depending on the context, who is subaltern and who is this. So Indian thought will be based on diversity. Guna is diverse. The history of the king is very different from the history of the queen. History of the why do we look at, for example, history seen from a homosexual point of view or a queer point of view is not studied. We don't study about, is it subaltern or is it mainstream? When we talk subaltern, is it heterosexist? Is it feminist? Is it masculinist? Is it patriarchal? So you can again bring in this whole subaltern as one group, as one tribe. Subaltern is many groups and many tribes. I can look at history from a male point of view, a female point of view, a child's point of view, a Brahmin point of view, a Kshatriya, a landowner's point of view, peasant point of view. There are diverse. This very simplistic division of subaltern and mainstream is again very, very Western. It is either one or two. What about infinity? Because there are infinite, guna is infinite. So story has to be the Tamil stories are different from Malayali stories. So linguistically, I can see caste is different. Even in Tamil Nadu, the Brahmin stories are different from if I look at it from a Brahmin male point of view, the stories are different. Brahmin female point of view, the stories are different. Brahmin homosexual point of view is different. So I can slice and dice guna in so many different ways. And therefore, we must understand this subaltern. These words, unfortunately, always get endorsed and legitimized in European and American universities. And that is the fact. Unfortunately or fortunately, we do live in a world where endorsement, because of the structure, it's beautifully done, very well organized. You have papers, you have symposiums, it's very, very, very well organized. And therefore, we rely on that structure. But we must locate history in Western mythology. And this obsession with the truth, this claim on the truth, which is why the right-wing movement has become so powerful today, is because there was a rejection of this idea that the scientists know everything. But the scientists never value psychology. They hate psychology because psychology is not measurable and controllable. So psychology, mana. See, Indian thought is all about mana. Mind. Yes. Everything. Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism is all about mind. And therefore, in India, we have always understood it intuitively. But it doesn't follow. If I want to make an academic paper, I have to be objective, not passionate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Devdutt, this is viewers, this is Dr. Kaash Jadhav in the segment of In Conversation with Devdutt Patnaik. And I think Devdutt, the way you opened up in your this Q&A was really fabulous. I thought your answers would be really objective in the terms of choosing the words, but I think the flow of your immense knowledge and your grip on the mythology and the history and the way you blend it, and I'm sure viewers, we are looking forward to Devdutt's upcoming volumes. I would not say book, volumes on how he tries to play with geography. And perhaps I'm sure you will play how geography played had an impact on the writing of history as such and on the heroes for that matter. So, Devdutt, we are indeed honored to have you on this platform of Kaash Foundation. And we could not have got any other speaker for the title, what we have chosen, Trajectories and Intersections. Thank you, Devdutt. Thank you very much. Over to Meghna.
Thank you.
Many thanks to Dr. Devdutt Patnaik for providing us with very interesting insights into the similarities, glorifications, and obsessions in the history of literature. And Dr. Kaash Jadhav, Director of Center of Academics and Professional Development, for this wonderful session. For the viewers who have joined us late, kindly note that we are participating in the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature by Kaash Foundation Center of Academic and Professional Development. We have just concluded the segment with Dr. Devdutt Patnaik in conversation with Dr. Jadhav, Director, Center of Academic and Professional Development. And now we move on to conduct our technical sessions. I would request Dr. Geeta Ajji, the Associate Coordinator of CAPD and Joint Organizer of this conference, and Dr. Jadhav to chair the technical sessions 1 and 2 respectively. Kindly note that we will be concluding the technical sessions by 2:30 p.m. Over to Dr. Geeta Ajji. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Meghna. Thank you very much. And okay, I hope I'm visible and audible. And after that enlightening and enthralling session which we had with Mr. Devdutt Patnaik, now we move on to our plenary sessions. We have very eminent speakers and scholars with us today, and I'm really looking forward to listening to them talk about this subject. But we are also running a little behind with time, so I would request the speakers to contain their speech in 15 minutes. And we are really sorry about that, but we will be giving, each speaker will get 15 minutes to give their presentation. Now, our first speaker is Mr. Frederick Simon. Frederick Simon, Professor Frederick Simon. Professor Frederick Simon studied economics in the University of Strasbourg while pursuing a career in acting. After finishing his studies, he joined the Théâtre du Nez as an actor come director and eventually as a set designer, puppeteer, and a transmedia author. From the year 2000 onwards, he has managed several theatres along with national and European organizations in the east of France with varied programming incorporating European and international artists in the theatre. In the theatre. He has also been a part of dance, music, circus, puppetry, and theatre for adults. He is currently the director of Alliance Française de Bombay, and today he will be speaking to us on the topic Dadaism, Roots, Artists, and Legacy. Over to you, Professor Simon.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your invitation. I'm very glad to be a part of this meeting. I would like to apologize for my pitiful English, please. And I want to thank Dr. Devdutt Patnaik because, thanks of you, I discover Indian myths with your books. Mostly this one is an old version, but very, very important for me. but with a warming, because I was born near the Switzerland border, and I keep something very particular in my mind. I'm thinking on the edge, and that's why I chose Dada. Dadaism is a strange movement, and just for the start, when it's we are in early 20th century, in 1916, officially Dada was born at 6 p.m. the 6th of February in 1916. It's very accurate. I think it's no artistic movement has this precise date of birth, and where in Switzerland, precise in Zurich, at a cafe, a Cabaret Voltaire. Who is there? A famous artist named Tristan Tzara, and he said the word Dada. He was an expatriate Romanian artist and a French speaker. And what is Dada? What is Dada in the French language? Is an hobby horse, a wooden rocking toy, nonsense word. And why? Why? When? Why and when? But we are exactly in the First World War, and is everywhere in Europe except in Switzerland, because it's a neutral land. What is the context? Yeah, you know. And an author like Walter Benjamin, the great witness and a storyteller, said at this moment in 1916, the art of storytelling is going to be lost. And it's very important because, as Dr. Patanek said, the storytelling and the story and the history in Western world take a particular part in our behavior. He spoke about truth, and I will reach this position. For me, as a Western man, writing history is organizing events, is putting order in an apparent chaos of events, a nonsense collection of calamities. For us, it's history. Is organizing causes and consequences, and after, it's bringing together opposites to open up a reasonable flow of time in a given space. Is verisimilitude or likelihood is the goal of history in a Western world. Next, each time you tell a story to someone, to children, to everyone, you build an order of things. You imagine you build an order of things that allows them to understand the current situation. You give meaning to the unfolding of the past and understand its present as a consequence of a logical succession of selected facts from the past related to each other. Sometimes during a war or an epidemic, as today, this narrative cannot explain the present that you are living. A rupture appears in the continuum. An aesthetic or moral crisis can rise at this moment. Then here comes the end of the truth, as Dr. Patanek said. The truth is falling down as a classical Western trauma. Is a classical Western trauma a breakdown, and it comes revolution. It's like an idol, like when an idol is falling down in animist religion. Truth and storytelling is like an idol in the Western world. We need this explanation of the present. And now, why I spoke about this particular sense of history in Western world? Because now we have to rewrite the story. We have to make a revolution, and we have to rewrite the story. And I think it's not really the strategy in Eastern mythology. And when we are rewriting the history, is like we is flattening of past events, is sorting between the events which have meaning for you or for the god or for the king or the queen. You drop out marginal events or which seems paradoxical, aberrant. A narrative line carried by a logical structure is elaborated. This one will become the framework on which will be fixed all the new events, or the present will fix in this tree. You reject certain events, you forget for a while some history, the history of women, the history of LGBT, the history of poor people or black people, the place of the nature. You forget, you take apart, and it's an exclusive process, not an inclusive process. I think it's like as Mr. Patanek said, it is an exclusive process. We take apart some events. And the great religious text reveals the reason of the world while sparing the mystery. The history of men are more political, aesthetic, and moral project, which it's supposed to establish the reason as a rationality of empires, nations, people, ethnic groups, and leaders or political system. Break down, find raw material. When the story is breaking down, we find the raw material, and it's not a hierarchical, an action of destruction, historical reconstruction, a collage, the construction of a new story where you allow the glue to appear voluntarily, the montage in order to give everyone the opportunity to build their own synthesis, their own story, like a democratic story. I think it was the project, the Dadaism project, to let the world as a state of collage. I think in Western world, telling a story is an act of political education. We have a word in the Greek language is demagoguery. Demagoguery is a bad word now, but in the proper sense is to educate the people. The people can be educated by the story. No. What is Dada? Dada is a movement with many artists. And I think an illustration or an example is very important. Tristan Tzara, the founder, wrote how to make a Dadaist poem, method of Tristan Tzara. You take a newspaper, you take a pair of scissors, choose an article as long as you are planning to make your poem. Cut out the article, then cut out each of the words that make up this article and put them in a bag. Check it gently, then take out the scraps one after the others in the order in which they left the bag. Copy conscientiously, the poem will be like you. And here, are you a writer? Infinitely original and endowed with a sensibility that is charming to beyond the understanding of the vulgar? It's the method. You understand the trauma of the First World War broke the classical way to rebuild, to reborn the classical story. And second author is Alfred Jarry. He wrote before, in 1896, a famous play named Ubu Roi, Ubu the King. And it's very particular because it's this action of explosion of the myth. And it's very classical in the revolution way in Western world. Everything explodes. And what is the strategy from Alfred Jarry is he took every place from Shakespeare, because Shakespeare is maybe the best author for history, because many plays are speaking about Latin antique world. They are speaking about kings and queens, and maybe many history of Western world. And he took every place, he made a mix, and he created some very bad characters, very bad kings, grotesque, rude, greedy, gluttonous, stupid, arrogant, and more. And every characters are like in the Shakespeare plays, but in a strange world, with a nonsense world. And I think it's the trauma of the beginning of the early 20th century, where the war is coming, where there is many social struggles and battles and revolution. And in this time, we are living in a strange world, like absurdity. Absurdity is the name of this world. And many artists take this way to explain or to find a new way from their own, but with the same material as usual, but in a new arrangement, in a new framework. And that's why it's very important to talk about Dada or Dadaism, because this artistic movement is very connected to history and story. And I think it's a little illustration about the first speech of Dr. Patanek. It's an illustration of the place of the story in the Western world. It's very particular. And now the legacy of this movement is very important in the in Western world, in the Western tradition, artistic tradition. And we are many groups after who consider they are the son or the daughters of this movement. And I think about futurism, surrealism, absurdist, like some authors,
Professor Silva,
postmodernist. And
Professor Silva, hello.
Yeah, I just want to finish because it's
thank you. I'm so sorry.
Then Dada, it's maybe a primal. The name of Dada, it's maybe a primal rhythm of universe from Konakol. You know, the Konakol in India is the rhythm. You sing the rhythm da da. Maybe it's the first rhythm, the primal rhythm of the universe, and maybe Dada. There is a part of Shiva, because it's a process from Shiva, is how to make a new world with the same material. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Frederick Simon. That was a wonderful talk, and about Dadaism and how it connects right from Shakespeare, how they bring it together and bring it something new vision for all of us to see. Thank you so much for being out here with us. We really appreciate that you took your time and you were with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we move on to our next speaker for the day. Today we have with us Dr. Manimangai, who's a senior lecturer, Department of English, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communications, University of Putra, Malaysia. She teaches African and Caribbean literature, Southeast Asian literature, and Indian subcontinent literature. Her niche areas are displacement in post-colonial literature, and her current research is in the area of influence in Cholas in language, culture, and economy of the Southeast Asian countries. She will be speaking on the topic portrayal of displacement in selected novels, a historic reminder. So we welcome you, Dr. Manimangai, and now the floor is yours. Can we have her here? Dr. Manimangai, is she here? Dr. Manimangai? Sorry, just...
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are not able to see you. Yes, now we can see.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi. Let me share the video first. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Please go ahead.
So I will begin. All right. Okay, good day to all of you. And before I begin, I would like to thank the Kaash Foundation for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with the statement that literature and history are inseparable. To support this claim, let's look at the excerpts from New Historicism. Now, New Historicism declares that a text must be analyzed through historical research that assumes history and fiction are inseparable. The second statement here challenges that the supposed objectivity of history redefines the meaning of a text and asserts that all critics must acknowledge openly declare their biases. The third statement here is history is the reflection of selective truth, while literature is the reflection of absolute truth. History can never provide us with the truth or give us a totally accumulated picture of past events or worldview of a group of people. This is according to Bressler. Now, with that, this often arouses the curiosity of the readers to do a parallel reading with the recorded history. Now, historians are often selective and manipulative with events, while fictional writers have no reason to manipulate text. Many writers often use historical settings in their novels, often discuss the issue of displacement and the after effect of it. Now, looking back into history, one cannot deny that the major cause of displacement is colonization. If you look back here, more than 3/4 of the people in the world have experienced colonialism. Yeah, this is according to Ashcroft. So no writer is born out of a vacuum. Their writings will be distinctive and authentic portrayal of life colored by the process of colonization. It is through these authors the world is given a chance to conceptualize and comprehend the pain, fear, despise, and the crisis faced by the colonized races. Through the characters who are given life by these writers, we come face to face with the blatant dark truths of colonization. So when a specific cultural population is moved from its original homeland or bioregion and relocated to a different setting, it is said that displacement has taken place. These displaced people usually experience statelessness at times and become spiritually a wasteland. Therefore, authors who hail from once colonized countries often bring in or harp on these issues of displacement in their novels. Now, there are two types of displacement. One displacement is involuntary displacement. The second one is voluntary displacement. When we talk about involuntary displacement, I believe everyone knows that involuntary displacement, the most affected people are the Africans, the blacks from Africa, who were displaced into the Americas and the Caribbean islands. Okay, the author that I would like to point out here is Carol Phillips. Yeah, Carol Phillips has written many novels, and most of his novels talk about blacks who are displaced in the Caribbean islands, United States, and sometimes in Europe. And these characters are either slaves or descendants of slaves, as his novels cover the time span of more than 300 years. These are some of his significant awards. Now, in one of his interview, he has said that Carol Margaret Davison has said that Phillips has spent his literary career probing into the ramifications of displacement, a complex condition that he claims characterizes the 20th century and engenders a great deal of suffering, a great deal of confusion, and a great deal of soul searching. Now, most of his novels are concerned with and ignorance, and also displacement and lack of belongingness and the identity crisis faced by these uprooted black people. Now, these slaves had to go through harsh punishments, and they experienced culture shock, and they were unable to adapt to their new surroundings, a new religion, culture, and language which was imposed by the colonizers on them. In another interview, Phillips has pointed out that the Caribbean belongs to both Europe and Africa. The Caribbean is an artificial society created by the massacre of its inhabitants, the Carib and Arawak Indians. It is where Africa met Europe on somebody else's soil. Now, why do I select this writer? Now, Phillips exposes that the cruelty imposed on people shadows of any positive impact of colonization. Being the descendant of slaves from the island of St. Kitts, his works are the manifestation of his belief, principle, and conjugation of various experiences of his life that shaped his thoughts. It is impossible for a writer to distance himself completely from his work, for his writings are in fact his inner subtle voice. So literary works, more often than not, is not merely an art that was created to entertain. It is the voice of the author that articulates his social and political visions. It is the voice which refuses to seize the hymning that takes form of the characters that gives life to his literary creation. Phillips definitely is not an exception. The African blood that runs in his veins, the atrocities that was implicated on his people, and the social condition the blacks live today makes it impossible for him to observe in silence. His soul cries for his people. His inner voice cries to tell and read the untold sufferings that were enforced on his people, thus becoming the voice of the silenced black people. In one of the interviews, I asked him, why do you keep harping on slavery? And this is what he told me. He said, it is dangerous to forget history. The second type of displacement I would like to talk here is the voluntary displacement. Okay, the voluntary displacement involves migration of people looking for greener pasture. So when the British needed workers to cultivate and clear the densely forested Malaya, their latest colony on the list was India, and the Indians were recruited, and the Indians willingly left, as India at that time was hit by famine and poverty after the British Raj took control over the administration from East India Company in 1858, making Queen Victoria as the Empress of India in 1876. By 1906, the British capitalists were investing on rubber plantations in Malaya. The Madras Presidency became the recruiting ground. So there were already by 1920, there were 2.1 million acres of rubber plantations with dire need of forest. So with the World Depression taking place in 1929, around 258,000 Indian coolies were transported to Malaya. Now, there were two types of recruitment at that time. The first one was the indentured labor system. Okay, so Indian workers arrived, this is a picture showing that Indian workers arriving in one of the ports in Malaya. Now, the second, when the PA inquiry found that the system, the indentured labor system does not function well and was infested with corruption and fraud, they introduced the Kangani system. Yeah, the Kangani system is an agent is sent back to India where he recruits people whom he knows and who are from the same village and caste. Okay, most of these Indians came in with the hope of returning to their motherland after they have saved enough money. However, when Malaysia gained independence, many of them decided to make Malaysia their permanent home. And as we know, these Indians got themselves displaced voluntarily. Although they were brought in through their free will, but they too felt and faced displacement and lots of difficulties. The aftermath of displacement and the type of life that followed can be traced in the novels of K.S. Maniam. He's a very popular writer in Malaysia. He is the second generation Malaysian Indian. His two novels, The Return and In a Far Country, talks about the lives of the early immigrants in Malaya and their experiences in the rubber plantations and the problems they faced in adapting to the new land. And Malaysian Indians to date are the third largest ethnic group in Malaysia, and they make up to 1.8 million people here. Now, Maniam's novels, I would say, are the voice of the early Indian. Maniam has carefully choreographed his characters in both novels to show how they long to be part of this land and the rejections faced by them internally and externally. And Maniam's novels are the reminders of the forgotten history. He illustrates the contribution of this race to the economy of this new country. They also faced diverse and lifestyles and were at the risk of losing their own cultures and traditions. Maniam also points out that one bad habit that still harms the Malaysian Indians in Malaya is the drinking habit. Okay, he has shown that the British, when they opened up the estates, they made sure there were toddy shops in all the places, in all the estates, to be exact. He exposes how Indians became addicted to toddy, and in actual sense, this is a master strategy employed by the British to ensure the Indian workers remain in their estates and supply the valuable workforce needed to enhance economic quest of the British Empire. Thus, they exploit the physical and emotional vulnerability of the Indians to the fullest, toddy to satisfy them physically and temples to illusion them emotionally. This way, they were able to keep the slave-like indentured laborers in estate. After a hard day's work, the men usually resort to toddy drinking. Maniam's novels are reminders of the forgotten early Indians.
Gentle reminder, Dr. Manimangai. Please try to conclude in 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, it is a reminder to the Indians not to forget their forefathers. Okay. Now, another thing that I would like to end to point out here before I end here is Maniam often reminds the descendants of the Indians on how the forefathers felt on owning a home in order to belong to the new place, where many of them died in vain. So in both novels, he'll be talking about how the people, the early immigrants struggled to have have a sense of belongingness to this land by owning homes, which they failed. Now, the third displacement here is due to the political boundary. I will go quickly here. I'm sure all of you know it's the partition of India. The author I like to cite here is Gurcharan Das. Okay, in his novel A Fine Family, he has pointed out the sufferings of people who were the victims of partition of India. Okay, these are the results of the partition, and I would like to point out the excerpt from the novel where he will be telling one of his Muslim woman friend who saved him from the care. Yeah, whereby he will say that. He will say that his humiliating journey had begun. I cannot see the slide. Okay, his humiliating journey had begun. Bauji was taking his family and a few belongings out of Lalpur, so the Tonga on its way to the railway station. He was vanquished and saw like the defeated horse leading his Tonga. So, as a conclusion, I believe only through literature readers get to know the unwritten and unexposed truths. While historians and history were limited to the study of chronological events, fictional writers have the liberty to peep into the human and humanity aspects of life. I don't deny the authenticity of historical recordings, but we must remember that historians have the option and liberty on deciding to what extent they want to reveal the truth. While selective and manipulative with the events, fictional texts actually have no reason to manipulate text. With that note, I would like to end my talk. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Manimanga. It was indeed a talk about how the subalterns from Caribbean, Malaysia, and India were oppressed by the hegemonic rulers, and how the literature has captured their emotions and feelings, and also the trauma and problems that they faced during this treatment. Thank you so much for being with us, and we really appreciate having you on with us. It's really a great pleasure. We now have the next speaker, Dr. Linda Diana Linda, but Meghna, do we have her? Hello, Meghna. Meghna, can we have her? Do we have? Oh, Meghna.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a video on the same to play? Okay, then give me 2 minutes. Okay. So our next speaker is Professor Diana Linda. She was educated in philosophy, journalism, and design. She has been working for more than a decade for international NGOs in different countries in the world. She is now a visiting faculty teaching sustainable design process and history of costumes in Indian universities such as Banasthali Vidyapeeth, SVT College in SNDT, and SOFT. She's also a designer committed to the cause of slow, sustainable feminist design and a researcher in gender empowerment and sustainability. She will be talking on the topic Frida Kahlo, revival of Zapotec ethnic groups tradition through costume and carrying a socio-political message of women self-empowerment, craft sustainability, and patriotism. Due to 1 minute, hello, yeah, 1 minute. Due to certain technical problem, Dr. Linda, Professor Linda could not be with in person, but she has sent us a video for us to play. So, Megha, can you just play it? Hello, Megha, yeah, thank you. So, we have Professor Linda from...
The garment covers, protects, adorns, but well beyond its materiality. It speaks to us almost like a language certainly without words, but with its many references. that only initiated, who have the knowledge of this language and the context, can fully understand. The clothing communication is social, political, and cultural. In this temple of clothes, the historical and cultural costume occupies a special place. It is a concentrate of meaning with numerous signifiers, containing a multitude of connotations when analyzed according to diachronic and synchronic approaches. The historical dress is a continuous source of inspiration, first for fashion designers and the fashion industries. A philosopher, Baudrillard, believes that the fashion system itself is based on aesthetic of renewal or infinite recycling. The multiple revivals are linked with a propensity to an eternal return of past forms. It is all impregnated with a sense of déjà vu. The costume is also present in historical movies and in theaters. The designer's mission here is to copy it faithfully. Thanks to the garment, the viewer, the spectator, immerses himself and believes in the story. Finally, the costume can be seen to be reappropriated by individuals or specific social groups or subcultures with the intention to convey a message. It could be said that it's an hermeneutic reclamation. This reappropriation is like the interplay of the movement of the tradition and the movement of the wearer. Unconsciously, the wearer reinterprets the history and injects his own meaning. This is the process which will be analyzed today in this talk, supported mainly by a structuralist and semiotic approach. And we will take the example of Frida Kahlo in her Mexican attire with a feminist, self-empowered, and nationalist message. June Kim writes, Kahlo often crafts her appearance and public identity to reflect her cultural heritage and political beliefs. The costume will be looked as a sign. According to Saussure, the linguistic, a sign is an arbitrary relation between the signifier, sound image, the material piece of clothing here, and the signified, the concept attached to this piece of clothing. The sign is not a mere object, but creates meaning. Semiotic has been applied to linguistics in order to explain cultural events which carry a meaning. Thus, a specific kind of clothing can relay a meaning related to status, social belonging, nationality, belief, taste, sophistication. The concept, through a synchronic analysis, also generates a meaning which is relationally opposed to something else, like cheap is opposed to expensive, and made to mass-produce, natural to synthetic, Western to indigenous. Saussure offered this crucial insight that is relevant here, that concepts have meaning because of relation, and the basic relationship is oppositional. Now let's come to Frida Kahlo and speak a little bit about her biography. She's a Mexican surrealistic painter known for her autoportrait, mainly, born in 1907 from the union of the Mexican Matilde Calderon, from Spanish and Native American descendant from Oaxaca, and Wilhelm Kahlo, German, from Jewish Hungarian origin. It is essential to keep in mind this element for understanding that her identity has been an active search and a choice. Frida always claimed to be born in 1910, the year of the outbreak of the Mexican Communist Revolution, so that people could directly associate her with the modern Mexico. She had a rebellious, anti-conformist personality. proud of her Mexican culture. Against Americanization, until today she is celebrated by the feminist movement. All her life has been a long physical suffering also. Started with the polio contracted at the age of 5 and worsened in 1925 by a bus accident, which caused severe injuries to her body. She went through 32 surgical operations. Tijuana, as we can see behind me on the picture, the Tijuana is composed of two pieces. The blouse, called the huipil, traditional garment in Mexico and Central America, and a long skirt. The two pieces are generally colorful, heavily adorned. The huipil loose-fitting has a short square chain stitch. The fabric could be cotton, satin, velvet, or a mix. The signifier is therefore the skirt and the huipil. Also, the other element linked with the costume, what's the flower, the shawl, jewelry. Signified, the concepts related to them are indigenous Mexican culture, patriotism, nationalism. The loose-fitting character of the huipil doesn't signify sensuality, but rather a freedom of movement and position, and could suggest a gender statement. Is geometry adorn an absent, thus impenetrable body? An apparent refusal of West brand of feminine seduction and the masculine gaze it implies, and this has been written by Aragon. Tijuana dress held a privileged place in the iconography of Mexican identity because of its close association with the Zapotec women of Tehuantepec and their allegedly matriarchal community. The costume is acting as a sign and shows that who wears this belongs or supports this culture. The national clothing is a kind of fixed costume which refers constantly to the same. It is generally fixed in time and unchangeable. However, Frida Kahlo didn't wear it as it is. She was mixing it with other elements belonging with European culture, or even other culture, and created a kind of fashion bricolage and a specific identity. So now let's see the first painting, Aya Cuelga, Mi Vestido en Nueva York. This painting you can see here on the side, on the right side. And Frida made this painting in 1933 while she was living in New York with her husband. It is called There is Hanging My Dress in New York. A Mexican colorful Tijuana dress is hanging in the center of the painting and personifies also Frida in New York. All around the dress can be seen a vivid critique and ironization of the capitalist American world. It shows the degeneration of the society and the destruction of the fundamental values. A synchronic analysis reveals the play of opposition between the beauty, simplicity, the colors of Mexican tradition, and the chaos, pollution, degeneration of the American society. In New York, Frida didn't stop to wear her traditional attire and despised haute couture. The writer Herrera reports she wore eye-catching clothes and preferred long regional costume to haute couture. She was making a strong impression wherever she went. A New Yorker recalls that children used to follow her in the street. Where is the circus? They asked. Frida Kahlo was not bothered by this in the least. We can suppose, after reading her diary and biography, that Frida started to wear the traditional clothing in 1929 for various reasons. To support the Zapatist Mexican Revolution as a patriotic message. To please her husband, Diego Rivera, who liked a lot the Tijuana dress. For fulfilling her search for identity and showing her roots, influenced by her mother, who was also from Oaxaca. But also, this colorful, voluminous costume self-empowered her. The Mexican garment, accompanied by numerous and voluminous ornaments like bracelets, necklace, also give life to a body bruised by operation and pain and which is almost motionless. The garment here speaks for itself and conceals the imperfection and debilities of the physical body. Frida played an important role also in reviving these traditional dress. Some of them were no longer made, and she was promoting the Mexican culture and its textile wealth all over. She was modifying it using, for example, Spanish cotton fabric or Chinese silk fabric. Braided and berry bond in the Tijuana style.
Abhi 4 minutes bacha hai na.
The two Frida that we see also here on the right side of the screen, the two Frida is a painting she realized in 1939, just after her divorce with Rivera, and show again the play of dualities and ambivalence. The two Frida are the two personalities of Frida, the Mexican with her traditional Tijuana dress and holding a medal of her husband in her hand on the right side, and on the left side, in white, the Western Frida with a Victorian Edwardian dress of the beginning of the century. She's holding a scissor, which is the symbol of the cut of the relation with her husband, and her heart is bleeding, symbolizing all the pain of her divorce. The two Frida represent the duality of her personality, but also the fact that one Frida empowers and takes care of the other one by holding the hand of each other. The synchronic reading shows also the Mexican Frida as more compassionate, while the Western Frida is more violent at the risk of her own life. Tijuana became a sort of ideal and an instrument for searching for his origin, roots, and identity. However, we must also acknowledge that the Tijuana was not her only costume. All her life she struggled in the research of an identity, which is in reality dual and multicultural as her birth.
I think. Oh, okay. Sorry, viewers. Again, there has been some mix-up. Okay, that was Professor Diana Linda, and she was talking about the feminist movement that can be identified through fabrics. It's completely something new and something worthwhile looking into it. Nobody knew that tradition and more of the wearer can suppose put in her stamp, her movement and tradition. Now, thank you so much. So with this, we come to the end of the first plenary session. We have had Professor Frederick Simon with us, Dr. Manimangai, and Professor Diana Linda with us, who has given us wonderful talks and wonderful perceptions and how integration of history and literature and how they intersect and the trajectories that come along with it. Move on to the next plenary session, and for that I invite Meghna to take over. Meghna?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Meghna, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Geeta Ajit and Dr. Chadar for conducting the technical session. For the benefit of the viewers who have just joined us late, kindly note that we are participating in the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature by Kaash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development, CAPD. We have just concluded the segment with Dr. Devdutt Patnaik in conversation with Dr. Avkash Jadhav, Director, Center of Academic and Professional Development, and the first technical session with Dr. Geeta Ajit, the Associate Coordinator of CAPD and the joint organizer of this conference, and Dr. Jadhav, Director of Center of Academic and Professional Development. Now I invite upon Dr. Nandita Moitra, the Joint Coordinator of Center of Academic and Professional Development, to chair the second plenary session. Over to Dr. Moitra. Thank you. Dr. Moitra, are you online with us? Hello, Dr. Moitra. Maybe we're facing a little bit of technical.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you see me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We have just. Can you hear? Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
After the wonderful first plenary session, we begin with the second plenary session. Our three eminent speakers for the plenary session are Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Dr. Omkar Bhatkar, and Dr. Kaash Jadhav. Now, I take the opportunity of introducing our first speaker, and he is Dr. Sudhir Nikam. Dr. Sudhir Nikam is a chairperson, Board of Studies in English, member. He is also a member of Academic Council, member Research and Recognition Committee, University of Mumbai, and Associate Professor and Head, PG Department of English, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. He was the former Secretary, Indian Association for Canadian Studies. He is also a member of BOS in English in Nagpur, Kolhapur, Bhavnagar, and many other autonomous colleges. Is also a member of Research and Recognition Committee, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University and KJ Comprehensive College, Mumbai. Is also editor of literary magazine, Literary Insight, which is a refereed international journal, and editor of few other journals. He has, under him, 13 PhD students have been awarded their PhDs. He has evaluated 80 plus theses and viva of various universities. He has also published.
Dr. Nandita, kindly hold your camera properly. Kindly hold your camera properly. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
Kindly hold your camera properly.
He has published various books and journals at national and international level. I take this opportunity of inviting Dr. Sudhir Nikam for this session, for this plenary session, second plenary.
Thank you, madam. Let me begin by thanking my dear friend, Dr. Kaash Jadhav, the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation, Mumbai, and I congratulate him for organizing the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature. Friends, a week before, I was just discussing with Dr. Kaash over a few things, and I talked about a concept or critical theory called New Historicism to him. He immediately said, friend, you talk about this in the next conference that we are going to hold. So I thank Dr. Kaash for giving me an opportunity to interact with you on one of the vital topics, which is of interdisciplinary nature. Today, after 1960s, most of the critical theories or contemporary theories discuss about the interdisciplinary nature of their application. So So such theories being Marxism, feminism, postcolonialism, new historicism, or even hypocritical theories. Out of these theories encompass various disciplines like history, psychology, philosophy, logic, and whatnot. So here I will be discussing the theory new historicism and how it is a cultural poetics.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Nandita madam, can you mute your voice, please? Yeah. Yes, thank you. So friends, since we have very short time, let me begin directly with the theory. So new historicism is nothing but it is a concern with literature as well as history. Usually when we study literature, we study literature in isolation, or when we study history, history is being studied in isolation. A scholar of literature does not study history as something to take an interpretation from, or scholar of history does not study literature to take inspiration from literature. So new historicism brings the scholars of literature as well as history on the same platform to have an intellectual deliberation on the concern of history as well as literature. So how new historicism goes about? So the primary concern of new historicist is to the historical and cultural conditions of its production, its meaning, its effects, and also its later critical interpretation and evaluation. So how history is being interpreted, how history is being produced in a particular period, that is the main concern of new historicism. New historicism conceives, or new historicists conceive of a literary text as situated within the totality of the institutions, social practices, discourses that constitute the culture of a particular time. So what is culture? So culture is a set of the discourse of various institutions. So if we call it so, then culture encompasses everything, such as literature, culture encompasses law, culture encompasses philosophy. So new historicists perceive that literature is one of the so many offshoots of culture, and literature is not something which is a separate entity. Literature is one of the so many elements that define something called as culture. So literary texts interact as both product and producer of cultural energies and code. So literature is a product. Literature is not an independent product. Literature is a product and it produces something. One of the most discussed thinkers in new historicism is Louis Montrose. So Louis Montrose describes new historicism as a reciprocal concern. New historicism is a reciprocal concern with the historicity of text and textuality of history. That is, history is conceived to be not a set of fixed and objective facts. History is not something which is a fixed fact, but like literature, history also needs interpretation. So a teacher of history is not supposed to give just facts, but he is supposed to interpret history in various contexts. Just as literature is interpreted in various contexts, for example, when a text of literature has to be discussed, it has to be placed in certain context. For example, a work of art can be discussed from psychological point of view. It may be at the same time discussed from linguistic point of view. It may be discussed from some philosophical point of view. In the similar way, history also can be discussed with a 360-degree angle, and only then history may be complete. In the similar way, likewise, literature is conceived also as a discourse. So literature is a discourse in which various kinds of discourses are involved. So when we study literature, literature includes history, it includes psychology, it includes various references. An example of a poem by T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland, can be given here. When we have to study Wasteland, it encompasses so many elements, mythologies, history, linguistic elements are there, and whatnot. So unless and until we have some cross references, we will not be able to study the vast work like that of epic work like that of the Wasteland. So literature consists of what are called as representations. So literature represents something, it entails something, and it is ideological product of cultural constructs of historical conditions specific to a particular era. So literature is not a timeless artifact. Literature or a text of work is produced within a particular historical era, and that historical era directly or indirectly makes an impact on the creative writer. Even if the creative writer is an escapist writer, but still he cannot escape the factors that determine a particular course of action in history. So certain elements are important in new historicism, and it mainly produced to reproduce, confirm and propagate the complex power structures of domination and subordination which characterizes a given society. So new historicism mainly concerns with raising the voice of the voiceless, and therefore new historicism tries to give a space to those voices which are not being heard in the course of history, in the course of action. So literature does not occupy a trans-historical aesthetic realm which is independent of economic, political, social, cultural specific to the era, nor is literature subject to timeless artistic criterion of artistic value, one of the many kinds of texts. So when we study something, it should be studied like a text. For example, religion. Religion is also a kind of text, a vast body of text which needs interpretation, which needs revision. So nothing is stable, everything has to be changed. This is the core of all post-modern philosophies or post-modern theories. So everything needs to be revised. In the similar way, literature, the way we look at literature, the way we look at history, that perspective needs to be revised. So literature is one of the so many kinds of text, religious, philosophical, legal, scientific, and so on, all of which are formed and structured by a particular condition of time and place. So time and place are very important as far as the status of literature or any other art is concerned. So literature has neither unique status nor a special privilege. It consists of a diversity of dissonant voices of a particular era. So those voices which are not being heard, and those voices have to be paid proper attention to. So history in the similar fashion is not a homogeneous or stable pattern of facts or events serve as background to literature of an era. So we as scholars of literature study history as a background to literature, but in fact history is not at all a background to literature, but it is situated within the text, within the process of creation of literature. Without history, without the so-called factors that determine history, literature is incomplete. So literary text is said by new historians to be thoroughly embedded in its context and in a constant interaction and interchange with other components outside the network of institutions, belief, practices, culture, and power relations. So now power relation is very much important in all postmodern or post-structural theories. The same happens with new historicism. So conceptual boundaries between literary and non-literary texts remain to be something called as illusion. So these are illusionary boundaries. There is no difference between all these texts. So most favored terms in new historicism include negotiation. So there is always negotiation in the course of history, commerce, exchange, transaction, circulation. Monetary discourse of marketplace also occupies a very significant space in new historicism. The degree to which operations and values of modern consumer capitalism saturate the literary and aesthetic as well as other institutions' relations. So another important philosopher or thinker in new historicism is Stephen Greenblatt. So Stephen Greenblatt says that negotiation that results in the mutually profitable exchange in which the society's dominant currencies, money and prestige are also invariably involved. So, for example, if a writer has to publish a work of art, he has to first think about the circulation of the book. If the book is being circulated in a proper way, only then the writer will be interested in writing. If he does not get proper readership, then definitely he will not think about publishing a book. So monetary things also are involved in the process of publishing of any book. So humanistic concept of author. In traditional way, the author is considered to be a human being, or a humanistic approach is attributed to the concept of author. But new historians say that an author is nothing but an ideological illusion. Author, once he writes a book, his role is finished, because what an author is doing, an author is simply assembling different elements already available in the society and culture, and he is simply putting those in a proper shape and giving it to the readers. So main role of author is to combine various forces into a proper shape and reproduce the same thing for the pleasure of the readers. So the human subject itself can seem remarkably unfree of the ideological product of the relations of power in particular society. Similarly, the status of reader also needs to be rethink. Like the author, the readers are subjects who are constructed and positioned by conditions and ideological formation of their own era. A reader, for example, should be well-trained reader. So what kind of reader is well-trained? A reader who is well-read, who knows how to keep an aesthetic distance between the text and his own ideology, is a perfect reader who could give a proper justice to the text. But here, the reader's ideology many times differs from that of writer. So as far as reader's ideology matches with the writer, the reader will naturalize the text. He will read and enjoy the text. But sometimes it happens that when a writer writes a text, the reader differs from the writer's ideology. So during such time, the reader changes the way the writer has intended the text, and he interprets according to his own ideologies. So it is called as appropriation of a text. So readers many times appropriate a text, that is, interpret it so as to make it conform to their own cultural possessions. So new historicist approach, even new historicists say that while having a new historicist reading, new historical practice of reading, new historians acknowledge that they themselves are subjectivities. They cannot escape the influence of their time, their history, their background and their culture that have been shaped and informed the circumstances and discourses specific to their period. So therefore, they stress that the course of history between past and present is not coherent, but it exhibits discontinuities, breaks and raptures. So these discontinuities, breaks and rapture are very, very important, because unless and until there is discontinuity, there is break, the aesthetic distance may not be maintained. And it is a prerequisite for any new historical critic to keep himself at a safe distance, at an aesthetic distance, to estrange himself from the text and interpret a text in an objective way. So history itself provides these tools, and that is why a creative writer or a critic can interpret the text in an objective way. So the concepts, themes, and procedures of new historicism took place in 1970s and 1980s, most prominently in the writings by scholars of English Renaissance. So English Renaissance period is very, very important, as much development of literature was being done in English Renaissance, and there was a patronage by the royal families, various writers. So while studying English Renaissance, the literary forms such as pastoral or masque, and above all drama, the role shaping a text of social and economic conditions such as patronage, censorship, and control to access of printing. So printing was a very big industry even in Renaissance period. So these factors were very much important. Whether the writer
would you kindly conclude? We are running out of time. We have two more
within 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So the procedure of a new historicism is called as a political reading of a text. So the primary aim of political reader of a literary text is to undo these ideological disguises. So what are the disguises? For example, a text gets patronage, a text gets an opportunity to publish, a text gets some monetary help from the publisher. So these materialistic factors are very much important as far as the creation of a text is concerned. So these factors are called as text of historical and political conflicts and operation, which are the text true, although covert or unmentioned subject matter. So the main task of new historicism is to uncover the unmentioned elements in literature and expose them so that a true image of proper voices should be projected before the fraternity of literature and history. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So let me thank Dr. Kaash for giving me an opportunity to have a dialogue with the teachers, research scholars, and all the dignitaries. Thank you. Over to you, Mohitra Madam.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, for establishing the symbiotic relationship between literature and history, and also elaborating on new historicism, and also highlighting the qualities a reader should have. Now we move on to our second presenter. I would like to introduce our second presenter. He is Dr. Omkar Bharkar. Dr. Omkar Bharkar is a sociologist and theatre artist. His scholarly interest comprises epistemology, anthropology, cultural studies, phenomenology, critics, along with degrees, film theory, art history, semiotics, postmodern theory, and sociology. He is the co-founder and head of SIN and Pew Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts, an art and culture center in Mumbai, known for its eclectic program. He is artistic director Metamorphosis Theatre.
Ma'am, I would request you to place your camera right in front of you.
Okay. Metamorphosis. He has written and directed plays, several of them being part of art and theatre festivals. He largely works in theatre and poetry in motion, physical theatre, monologues, and contemporary French plays in translation. In collaboration with Alliance France de Bombay, he has directed 10 contemporary French plays in English. He is also a stage critic and writes plays, reviews, along with writing plays, and also he has written academic papers. I welcome Dr. Omkar Thakur and request him to make his presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about Gabriel Garcia Marquez's Of Love and Other Demons. This particular novel, which is about 180 pages. And I'm going to talk about whether is Marquez's writing literary fiction or is it an historical incantation. I'm going to read out my paper and I intend to finish it in 13 minutes. So Gabriel Garcia Marquez was a master of literary genre known as magical realism, and which is a place where the miraculous and the real converge. Marquez's stories are often historical ones located in a very specific geographical and cultural spaces that he inhabited until he grew up. And therefore his novels in this sense are stories in which storms rage for years, paper planes drift from the sky like lightning bolts, and lovers meet in dreams. And then there are men with enormous wings who visit strange towns, and there are flowers that bleed, and there are corpses that fail to decompose but remain fragrant. Even when such mysterious stories unveil, the landscape isn't mythical. The people in his stories are real people that live on the Caribbean coast. And most importantly, the history is not an account of fiction, but rather through the use of literary fiction, he tells the past of Latin America. Magical realism, he believed, sprang from Latin America's history of vicious dictators and romantic revolutionaries, of long years of hunger, illness, and violence. In accepting the Nobel Prize, Marquez said, poets and beggars, musicians and prophets, warriors and scoundrels, and all creatures of the unbridled reality, we have had to ask but little of imagination. For a crucial problem has been a lack of conventional means to render our lives believable. So I'm going to do two things in this talk. The first is in this paper will look at retelling of a lesser known history of slavery in literary fiction of the Caribbean coast through the eyes of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, along with magical realism to depict his story or depict his story. Secondly, I would look at the characters in this novel and how often or very often Marquez talks about hybrid identities that are a mix, a blend, and they are not just pure as we believe to be. So first published in 1994 and then translated to English in 1996 by Edith Crossman, Gabriel Garcia Marquez's Of Love and Other Demons is a story of a rhetorician priest of middle age falling in love with a pubescent girl while trying to deliver her from malignant spirits. In short, this is a girl who has been bitten by a dog who has rabies. And at that particular time, anyone believed to have been bitten by rabies in the conventional norms of the Catholic tradition would believe that they are being possessed by demons. And there is this girl who has been possessed by demons, according to the bishop, and he sends a priest to exorcise her. And that's what the story is about. And this is located in a backdrop of Latin America. Moving ahead, Maria, who is the only child of a decaying noble family in an 18th century South American seaport, is bitten by a rabid dog. Believed to be possessed, she is brought to a convent for observation. And into her cell stumbles Father Delura, who has already dreamed about the girl with hair trailing like a bridal train. As he tends to her with holy water and sacramental oils, Delura feels something shocking begin to occur. And what is that? He has fallen in love, and it isn't long till Maria joins him in this fevered misery. So you have this priest who has fallen in love with this girl with whom he had gone to exorcise of malignant spirits. The historical backdrop of the story and its geographical landscape does much more than narrating just a fiction or just a love story, but rather probing into an unsettling history of slavery, the torture of blacks, selling of slaves in flesh market, forced labor, and enslaving them for life by the native bourgeoisie community. Marquez consciously chooses to repetitively tell stories of horrors of human civilization, be it in Love in Times of Cholera, Memories of Melancholy Horse, or 100 Years of Solitude, and his other short stories. He elects these lesser told history of the slaves in the real geographical location of the Caribbean coast and weaves a fictitious and dream-like characterizations so that the writing sounds more like a fervid dance of evocative human stupor embedded in a brutal past and yet in a universal experiences of human existence. Marquez is a discerning critique of the church, but at the same time, he recognizes the dilemma of a middle-aged priest, Father Delura, who is a protege of a bishop sent to Maria and who is imprisoned in a convent of Santa Clara to oversee her exorcism. Initially, this priest is scared of casting off evil spirits from a possessed girl. He thought it's beyond his duty because he was a bibliophile who loved books and rarely stepped outside the library. Reluctantly, he accepts the task of being an exorcist to this young girl, Maria, who is a child of a melancholy marquis and his unconcerned wife. The child is raised by family's West Indian slaves who initiate her into European religious practices, such as drinking rooster's blood before breakfast, dancing in frenzied abandon. She's unable to learn skills that are taught at a school, that is mathematics. In fact, one of the teachers say to her father, it is not that the girl is unfit for everything, it is that she is not of this world. So right through her childhood, she is a girl who is raised by slaves, and she picks up European beliefs, dressing habits, cooking habits, and she has picked up this whole European culture. But she's baptized as a Catholic. She's baptized in that form, and she has all her cultural beliefs, which come from upbringing from the African slaves. What is the relationship that the bourgeoisie mother and the father share with this girl? They both dislike her, and in fact, Marquez describes it as he always believed he loved his daughter, but the fear of rabies obliged the Marquis to admit to himself that this was a lie for the sake of convenience. Bernarda, on the other hand, did not even ask herself the question, for she very well knew she did not love the girl, and the girl did not love her. And both the things seemed fitting. A good part of the hatred each one of them felt for Maria was caused by the other's qualities in her. So this is it how he describes how the mother and the father hated the daughter because she had these others qualities. And what are these others qualities? The other qualities are practices and are habits which she has picked up from the African slaves, which to a far extent in the bourgeoisie notion are considered as demonic, unhealthy, something to do with evil. But what was she doing? Well, she was speaking in languages like Congolese, Madingo, which are not English, which are not belonging to the bourgeoisie language, and she has picked up ways of defending herself to the African blacks. So Marquez, through this elegant characters, is gradually bringing forth a forgotten history of slavery, the treatment and torture met to them, and eventually their culture as not culture, but demonic practices to appease some evil. So, love and other demons isn't a harbinger of rights of slaves. Rather, it is a mirror of a society that existed on the Caribbean coast and the evasion of cultures predating the invasion to the Western ideology. So, through this project of writing such numerical characters in literary fiction, Marquez is retelling history, a history that is not popular. He's giving a voice to those voices who were never heard and who lived outside the margins of human life. Um, like Anne Taylor contends that Marquez uses this as an allegory to symbolize the potential repercussions when collective means of communication do not function in relation to the past. Why was Marquez involved in this kind of a project of telling a history and fusing magic with it? Well, in 1948, in an interview, when he was in an interview, he said that on my way back to the pension, the people had already taken to streets. They were demonstrating, looting stores, and burning buildings. I joined them. That afternoon and evening, I became aware of the kind of country I was living in and how little my short stories had to do with any of that. When I was later forced to go to Barranquilla on the Caribbean, where I had spent my childhood, I realized that this was the type of life I had lived, I knew, and I wanted to write about. If you say that there are elephants flying in the sky, people are not going to believe you. But if you say that there are 425 elephants flying in the sky, people will probably believe you. And that's how he brought a detailing to his way of portraying magic. Also, when you talk about magic, he wasn't using magical realism as a literary device. For Marquez, magic was a part of his growing up. Till he was 12 years old, the society he lived in was filled with telepathy, was filled with these magical rituals. So if you read his work, his personal work where he talks about, he's not saying I'm using magical realism. I'm using it what I saw around me, and that was pure. And if you ask me to explain this phenomena, I can't explain, but I'm just writing about it. So he's giving you a history which you have to interpret your own way. Lastly, I'll come to hybrid identities in post-colonial Latin America. While the novel expresses the trajectories of slaves, it also renders hybrid characters that facilitate between axioms of science and superstition, beliefs and doubt. So there are characters in this book who are displaced, who are products of post-colonial identities. Example would be a Jew. There's a Portuguese Jew physician in the play who in this novel, who at the same time is atheist, and at the same time he's a clairvoyant, and he's all of this, and he's displaced. At the same time, you will see another slave, Dominga, who is a European black slave. She believes in European deities. At the same time, she practices Christianity. So, and in fact, one of the lines say that what I did not find in one faith, I found in the another. What Marquez is again trying to do through these characters, through rendering these character spaces in this novel and his other works, is he's challenging the stereotypifications in literature. He's speaking about the people who are marginal to history, whose identities are not axiomatic, who have not had a voice or probably rendered insignificant, or in most often caged in strict nomenclature. After all, Marquez is engaged in telling history of a turbulent past of his own locale in as realist way as possible. To conclude, I would say that Marquez is writing the history of a turbulent past of the Caribbean coast with realism and folklore. He creates a sensual and visceral love story of Maria and Delura in a backdrop of changing culture, hybrid identities, mixing bloodlines, and delusionary authority of religion, punishing pubescents bitten by rabid dogs by exorcism. Marquez weaves a storytelling of the Latin American prosperity built on thriving slave trade through believable characters. So through his project, he's giving a voice to a dead history and all those to come who would not know the history. He's giving a voice to a reality which is not rooted in science, but in practices of black slaves, tribes, and bonded laborers. Marquez has left an indelible mark on the Latin American history through his literary writings and especially with this particular novel of Love and Other Demons, where he shows how human beings can be the worst imaginable to anyone else. There are no external demons, but demons are with those people who are in power. It is a power of the so-called godly men and women that destroy the innocent love of Maria and Delura. Not only they even destroy the love, but even their lives. It is the demon of men in power that makes all attempt to annihilate the beauty of love in life. Love
Sorry
and
to
Other Demons,
interrupt you.
1 minute, I'm finishing. Love and Other
Could you,
Demons
yeah.
is an historical allegory of scrimmage of people in power and powerless. The last line, which Gabriel Garcia Marquez says, reality is also the myths of common people. Thank you so much. Yes, you can continue.
My privilege to introduce Dr. Kaash Jadhav, our next presenter. Dr. Kaash Jadhav is the head and associate professor in the Department of History, University of Mumbai in St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. He has a postgraduate diploma in human rights and personal counseling. He has many research publications to its credit, around 27 research publications. He has received many national and international awards, around total 18 awards total. And he has also presented various papers, more than 170 papers, research papers at international and national seminars, and also has directed 30 documentary films. And he is an activist and a well-known environmentalist. I request Dr. Kaash Jadhav to make his presentation.
Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Nandita, for the introduction. My paper, I have very less time. I'll try to wind up as early as possible. My paper is titled as Unraveling the Mediating and Intersectional Trends in History and Literature. As we know, geography and chronology are considered two eyes of history. It is in this context that the facts become more authentic and accepted. Now, this paper will try to correlate the two fields of writing, that is, historical and literary writing. As rightly said by V.H. Galbraith, there can be history of anything and of everything. And in the sense, history is a method of arriving at truth rather than subject itself. It is just one way of explaining ourselves to ourselves. The fraternity of historians who reluctantly approve the importance of literature feel that this type of literature, though written with historical context, but they always have a touch of fiction produced by the author. But also the fact remains, on various occasions, the absence of literary records, the historians have also used the element of imagination based on loose strings. The seasonal argument that is emphasized is that the minute fiction is introduced, facts are compromised, and so it cannot be necessarily past actuality. Whereas the study of history is an intellectual pursuit, an activity of the reasoning mind, as one should expect, its main service lies in its essence, that is, the search for truth. But now, with the applied and auxiliary and social sciences, who equally help us in the writing of history, it is slowly becoming more rewarding and humane in its approach. It's no more just about causes and effects or political genealogy. It is no more about chronological events, but a series of wars. In fact, it is trying to open up its arena. So when we have the history of the authors, I think we should also have the history of the reader. In contemporary society, it's difficult to write history by closing with various available options. Now, my paper focuses on writings of Premchand, who, in a very subtle and a very provocative way, highlighted the contemporary issues of his own time and also the issues which somehow are groping our modern time as well. I want to bring into light that how some of the works which now today run parallel were also common almost 100 years back. His writings are much more than thematically arranged narratives. Some of his books like Karma Bhumi, Satyagraha, Gaban, Shatranj Ke Khiladi maps a wide and often complicated terrain of historical happenings. In his work, the main players like Amar Khan, Dr. Shanti Kumar, Sukhada of Karmabhumi, or Surdas, Sophia of Rangbhumi, or Jalpa and Ramnath of Kaban, or Vishambar of Ahuti, they all, either in groups or individuals, make us see or rather enable us to see the formation of a nation, or rather a struggle for their own freedom and independence. Some of his writings like Udan, Kafan, Thakurga Kuma, he projects socio-economic turbulence which existed of the time. Collection of five stories were banned and burned in 1909, titled Sufferings of the Motherhood, the Motherland, Soze Watan. The plots of these early tales were full of chivalric idealism and noble sacrifice, disguises, amazing adventure which showed the influence of urban culture. Like most of his works, until about 1960, these stories were written originally in Urdu. But due to dearth of Urdu publishers, he turned to Hindi. As it was rightly said that point of a time, Hindi in the morning, Urdu in the evening. Premchand was highly influenced by Charles Dickens and Leo Tolstoy. He directed his fiction towards social reform. The romantic heroism now started converting itself into a symbol of agitation against the British oppression, with cutting satire on those Indians who set their personal interest above the freedom movement, unlike the characters of Motiram Shastri in Satyagraha, who goes on fasting to help a particular section of people, that is the capital, or Maiku, who in his rage slaps a social worker who was picketing against the sale of liquor or the temperance movement. Premchand's writing, which depicts rural India and small towns, in fact, primarily revolved around UP, that is, the areas of Allahabad and Varanasi, which provided him fascinating stage for the interplay of diverse characters, highlighting caste hierarchy, hegemony of the Brahmins, exploitative and brutal landowners, shame on widowhood, ostracism, as well as unequal religious practice. I have taken few works of Premchand to identify the application of characters in villages and cities. The first book under introspection and observation is Karma Bhumi, written in 1932. The author showed great maturity and understanding of political development that phase, and he also advocates issues of freedom struggle, issues of untouchability, the class war between zamindars and landless peasants, issues of corruption. Protagonist of the story very well reflects the idea of propagating mass upheaval from city level to village level. The author has diligently portrayed that the political struggle for freedom and social revolution against inhuman social religious practices is possible, and if the masses at both the ends take up the issue seriously. Most of the events portrayed are centralized around the freedom struggle. It also highlighted the weapons or the tools or the methods of strikes, peaceful strikes, and satyagraha. The issue of inhuman practice of untouchability with respect to the entry levels in the temple, the cunning and the hypocritic attitude of the temple priests, and the deterioration of the administrative structure is very well explained by Premchand. All the leaders are, however, kept alive till they see the realization of their dreams. All the characters are very well portrayed on the platform of national patriotism. Let's look at the characterization. There are multiple characters in the story, and all the characters contribute towards attaining their goals. The pioneers of revolution come in the characters of Amar Khan and Dr. Shanti Kumar. They strive from the beginning to end, or to rather encourage, the entire process of social awakening. We also find Sukhada, wife of Amar Khan, who symbolizes a woman who is ready to change and give up her inhibitions of outside world, and ultimately becomes the epitome of women's participation in the freedom struggle. In fact, she is first of all the women characters to imprison the story. Lala Samar Khan, father of Amar Khan, who has the character of the capitalist, and he initially makes a conscious effort to deprive sections of the society of their legitimate rights. But in the later phase, he also changes and joins the flow, which indirectly reflects that the author wanted to give an idea that everybody finally gets involved in the freedom struggle, irrespective of their economic status. The way these characters undergo changes and the transformation appeals to the reader, and they identify themselves to this work. Through this literary work of Karma Bhumi, Premchand strongly advocates that social reform should precede over political reforms. With the view, he comes quite close to the ideology of Agarkar, who believed that political independence can be achieved only when society will be liberated from social religious evil practices. A historical event similar to the movement against the inhuman practice of untouchability is depicted in his work on the temple entry issue. He is also on record as Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in 1930 also had the same execution when he took the people and he entered in the Kalaram with the temple. Premchand's writings reflect the propagation of social awakening and the struggle against the social evil in a reformatory way. He also strongly supports philosophy of non-violence, practice of satyagraha, peaceful strikes, non-cooperation, other methods which were promoted by Gandhi. While portraying the roles of the priest and the grandeur of the temple, the author indirectly exposes the pomp and the splendor of one section of people against the condition of poverty, and starvation. The author projects and emphasizes on the very concept of bathing the Lord Thakurji in milk and indirectly points to superstitious beliefs and practices which were prevalent in society. His writings reflect his inclination towards socialism or socialistic pattern of society rather than capital. Very shortly, I'll come to his other work. Other references in his book which we find is the Satyagraha on the same socialistic norm, which was published in 1923, which portrays the character of Lala Raja Lalchand as a capitalist who tries to use the weapon of fasting, other way around, to oppose Congress members who are protesting against the arrival of Viceroy Borat. In the character of Motiram Shastri, Premchand exposes the hypocrisy of a section of people who misguide natives under the name of Satyagraha. Premchand tries to indirectly highlight the perseverance and penance one has to go through for a cause of community or a nation. To link it further, Gandhiji, in one of his speeches on 12 September 1926, has stated, and I quote, Satyagraha can never be resorted or for personal gain, but only for the good of others. Satyagrahi always ready to undergo suffering and particularly loss at his personal level for the larger cause. The author, through this work, tries to get the readers closer to Gandhi's Satyagraha and non-violence. There is the provocation of rightful participation in the freedom struggle, and the indicators to identify those elements under the name of Satyagraha to guide people. The same line, we have another work, Sumar Yatra, in which Nohri, the protagonist, exercises her rights of freedom of speech and assembly. The story revolves around a small village where Gandhi's followers go to address a meeting and get people involved in the Satyagraha movement. The situation turns ugly when the local police officers interrupt a meeting, and the crowd disperses. Is here, Premchand shows the exemplary role of women who all by herself stands up against the atrocities of the police, compels them to withdraw from the meeting spot, whereby the meeting resumes again with the slogan of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The character of Nori strongly hints at the participation of women in the freedom struggle. I think the author also tries to suggest, even to the extent that when men fail to deal with the issue, a character like Nori can certainly make it. I would like to draw the reference of with the story or the character of Nori to Aruna Asaf Ali, Usha Mehta, Suchita Krishnani, who were instrumental during the Quit India movement in 1944 to the arrest of Mahatma Gandhi and the leading leaders of the country. It was their efforts that kept the movement going. Premchand's stories demonstrate the range of his genius in the narrative technique. His vision from idealism to social realism combines a close understanding of Indian society, tragic sense of life. He raises various issues, right from plight of women to religious property. But one area needs special mention, and that is issue of caste stratification in Indian society. His many works directly or indirectly touches upon this issue, where he advocates equal rights to all as a natural right. Similarly, last work, Thakur Ka Kuwa, Angi, who
Sorry to
attempts to
interrupt
get
you, Kaash. Could you conclude?
yes, yes, I will continue. I think someone's video is on. Dr. Kidal Singh, kindly switch off your video. You can see me even if you don't have your video on. In his work, Thakur Ka Kuwa, Gangi, who attempts to get a jug of drinking water from the Thakur's well, reflects the pitiable and inhuman condition in which the Harijans lived at that point of time. The story, after it shows that their well gets polluted by falling animal, he tries to get water from wells controlled by the Brahmins and Thakurs. Story ends tragically as she fails to get drinking water, in spite of risking her life. When she returns home with empty jars, she looks at her husband drinking the filthy, polluted, and drinking water as he cannot control his thirst anymore. It also brings us closer to Dr. Ambedkar's movement of Sardar Leh Satyagraha. To conclude, despite the vast amount of literature written in Hindi, there has been no one so coherent and indelible like Premchand. His writings show refinement of his thought over many years and also the underlying consistency of his commitment and perspective. After so many years of his death, Premchand still remains the most outstanding figure of the 20th century Hindi literature. His greatest achievement was the insightful representation of a dazzling variety of individual characters in every walk of life, every class, every caste, and also the psychological complexity very well explained by him with their contradiction. The striking parts are the many portraits of women, caste differences, revolution to the time, which are still meaningful today. Last line, Premchand is timeless, and his work and articulation, the presentation is still valued than anything else in the literary and historical. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. It was a very interesting session. All our three speakers have made wonderful presentations and highlighted the interlink between history and literature and the symbiotic relationship between the two. And this has definitely enriched, and it will definitely enrich the study of both history and literature. Now we move on to our next session. I request Megha to take over. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Nandita Montra, for handling this technical session, for conducting this technical session. Now we move on to our last segment of the fourth international conference. For the viewers who have joined us late, Kindly know that we are participating in the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writing of History and Literature by Kaash Foundation Center of Academic and Professional Development in collaboration with Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Knowledge Academics, Spain, and St. Andrew's Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts. We have just concluded the segment with Dr. Devdutt Patnaik in conversation with Dr. Kaash Jadhav, Director, Center of Academic and Professional Development, and the first technical session with Dr. Geeta Ajit, Associate Coordinator of CAPD and the joint organizer of this conference, Dr. Kaash Jadhav, Director of Academic and Professional Development. And the second technical session was concluded by Dr. Nandita Moitra, the joint coordinator of Center of Academic and Professional Development and joint organizer of this conference. Now, with a lot of pride, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mala Pandurang to initiate our valedictory session. Dr. Mala Pandurang is a professor principal at Dr. M.N. College. She is a postdoctoral fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany, and has been nominated as Ambassador Scientist to India for 2019-2022. She has also availed of short research visits to the University of Augsburg, Frankfurt, Potsdam, and Chemnitz through the sponsorship of the AVH. Her research grants include Fulbright visiting professor at the University of Texas at Austin, recipient of Charles Wallace in UK research grants, major research grant, and 3 minor research grants.
Meghna, there is a small correction. Meghna, please page it. We are introducing the valedictory speaker now. Kindly, it is a technical session 1. Dr. Geeta Ajit is chairperson.
Okay, Dr. Jadhav, so we have to go ahead with the technical session 2, which is going to be conducted by Dr. Kaash Jadhav.
And Dr. Geeta Ajit is going to be chair for technical session 1.
Yes. Okay, so we have just
reading of Dr. Mala Pandurang. She is in the valedictory. Okay, kindly note the corrections. Please introduce Dr. Geeta Ajit for the technical session 1 so she can take the panelist.
Okay. The first technical session with Dr. Geeta Ajit. She's the associate coordinator of CAPD and the joint organizer of the conference. And Dr. Jadhav, I would request both of you to please go ahead with the session.
Hello, thank you so much, Meghna. It was good. So far, okay. Okay, we will be moving hello to all the viewers. We will be now moving on to 2 technical room sessions where the Hindi participants will be in room where Dr. Kaash Jadhav will be chairing the session and the English technical session will be here with me. So I welcome all the participants and the presenters, and I'm sure you have a wonderful paper to present and really looking forward to listening to each one of you. Since we are already running short of time, we'll start quickly with no ado. Dr. Kanesh, I think your video is on. Could you please switch it off, please? Thank you. Dr. Idal Singh Kanesh. Okay, we'll wait. Meghna, are you on? Can you hear me?
Sorry to
Megha. Okay, all participants, like we have already mentioned in the WhatsApp group, you will be given 5 minutes for presentation. You will, of course, be given a warning at just 1 or 2 minutes before you, so that you can wind it. Yes?
Geeta ma'am, just a request. Yes. I would request you to please keep your video off. Dr. Idal Singh, please keep your video off.
Dr. Idal Singh Kanesh, please switch off your video. Dr. Idal Singh, yeah, can you please switch off your video? Hello,
Okay.
Dr. Yeah, thank you so much. Please switch it off. It's still on.
It's a
Okay,
request for presenters. You have to keep your video off and your audio off. Dr. Idal Singh, still your video is on.
Okay, Megha, I think we'll just continue and we can to call him up and probably tell him. Megha?
Okay,
Hello? Megha? Yeah, we'll continue because otherwise we'll be running short of time. Okay, so Annabelle, are you here? I can see her over there. Okay.
Yes, madam, I'm here.
Yeah. So I know we could have had an introduction, but since we are running short of time, I thought I would give that time to the presenters so that they may carry on with their presentation. So today we have Miss Annabelle Rubello with us. Okay, there you are. I can see you. And she will be presenting a paper on crossing borders with Clementine Vamaria. Yeah? Thank you.
Vamaria, yes, that's right. Okay. May I begin? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Annabelle Rubello, and I want to begin my presentation with reference to Mani Mangai session today, who spoke on the topic of displacement, and I'm going to talk about another type of displacement through my paper, which is titled Crossing Borders with Clementine Vamaria. In my paper, I'm going to take into account the biography of Clementine Vamaria, the girl whose smile beats, where I will attempt to draw out the voices of homecoming, feelings of nostalgia, loss of identity in this story in order to show how even though a refugee might be granted refugee status, but always longs to return home and longs for a state of stability in her hometown. The World Immigration Report 2019-20 has recorded a total of 25.9 million people in the world who were forced to flee away from their homes due to threat and fear for life, according to the statistics taken in 2018. There were also millions of people who are denied entry to any nation and access to basic rights. The UNHCR, which is a UN refugee agency, caters to those persons who have left their country to seek asylum in another country. It was established on 14th of December 1950 by the UN General Assembly, which looks into the status of refugees. It defines a refugee as someone who has been forced to flee his or her country because of persecution, war, or violence. Alexander Betts comments on how refugees are unlike migrants who flee a country not for gains but for safety and for lack of choice. The host countries are not typically generous, but they are simply located in a rough neighborhood. He goes on to say how Europe received a large number of asylum seekers at its doorsteps. According to the United Nations Population Devotion, around 244 million people of the world are migrants, out of which 65 million of them are international refugees. Now, the book that I'm going to be talking about, The Girl Whose Smile Beats, A Story of War and What Comes After, is written by Clementine Vamaria and Elizabeth Weil. It was published in the year 2018 and traces the journey of Vamaria's life right from childhood spent in the beautiful hills turned hell of Rwanda because of the genocide to seeking refugee status and acceptance in the United States. Raised in Kigali till the tender age of 8 years, she journeyed through 8 African countries with her older sister Claire through several refugee camps looking for a safe place to call home. Together, they experienced savagery, humanity, and finally were granted refugee status in Chicago, where they began a new chapter in their life. In this paper, I will take into account the novel of Clementine Vamaria, who was forced to flee another country as a refuge to seek a better life for herself. Edward Said in the opening lines of his essay titled Reflections on Exile, said that exile is strangely compelling to think about, but terrible to experience. The novel begins with the Wamaria sisters being invited to the Oprah Winfrey show after winning a competition and getting reunification with her Oprah-produced Lost family as a gift from Oprah.
1 minute left.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be quick on this. Then the novel proceeds to tell us her story from her childhood days in Rwanda. At the age of 8, she realized things began to change. That was in 1994, when she, along with a sister, had to flee from her place, Kigali, and she journeyed through eight African countries after the conflict began. The unrest in Rwanda was a result of the genocide war, which resulted in the killing of over 8 lakh people in the year 1994, according to the reports by the UNHCR.
Annabelle, you do have to conclude, please. You do have to conclude.
Yes. So we see Clementine. At the end of the novel, she finally gets an opportunity to visit her hometown back in Rwanda and witness the peaceful environment once the war is over and things are more settled down. But she has the scars of the past engulfing her. Having been satisfied with such an idea and getting a glimpse of her hometown, she travels back to Chicago only to realize that this is not her place and she is not home. Thus, we see Clementine, having been displaced in a foreign land, needs to constantly remind herself that her new home in the place she has to call home, she has to adjust and fit a fragmented life in her foreign land under refugee status. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. That was really very nice and a good exposition of a young African girl and the trauma that she goes through as a refugee. Thank you very much. Now we have a next presenter. Thank you. And now we have a next presenter, Dr. Aarti Punjabi. Dr. Aarti Punjabi will be talking of the pain of the obscure in Maithili Sharan Gupta's Yashodhara. Aarti, please begin. Aarti?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible and visible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, Aarti, you are.
And so I would just want to share my PPT for this one before I start. Just give me a second. He's right here. Am I sharing my PPT?
Yes, you are, Aarti. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So my PPT is visible? All right. So my paper is
it's a blank screen. Aarti, it's a blank screen. It's a blank screen. Okay, I think it's your
the PPT shows?
Yes, I can see your cursor. Yeah, I can see your cursor. No, then it's not sharing.
It is not sharing?
Blank. No.
Do you want me to go back and try it again?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to try to share again.
Megha?
It might be uploading.
Oh,
is it uploading?
It can take few minutes.
All right, so what I'll do is I'm just going to play the PPT and I'll just carry on with my talk. All right, if it doesn't play, it's all right. You can still hear me. And if it shows, then very good for me. So I'm talking about the pain of the obscure in Maithili Sharan Gupta's Yashodhara. So as we've been talking in the morning, when we look for the history of a place or we look at an era, we first look at the literature of that place. And if the literature about a certain section of the society is missing, then that section or that group is denied its place in history. So today I will be talking about Yashodhara, who is Gautam Buddha's wife. And surprisingly, she finds no mention in any literature, and she's totally obscured by her husband's glorious journey of enlightenment. The only literature that we find about her mentions her in passing as Buddha's wife, who was a princess and who bore him a son, and that she was abandoned by Buddha. That is all, and there will be just 4 or 5 lines that you keep reading about her, but there is no other mention about her. Today I'm going to be talking about how Maithili Sharan Gupta, the national poet of India, he wrote about her in 1933, so nearly 100 years back.
You may
Sorry?
stop sharing your window as your PPT is not visible. You may carry on with your video itself.
All right, so I'm trying to go back to the I don't know how to go back to the video. I'll just close the PPT.
Yeah.
So, is that all right? Am I visible to you now?
No, your PPT screen is still showing.
Because I just shut it now. I don't know how to do that.
You have stopped sharing your file?
I will stop. I stopped sharing. I stopped.
Yes, you need to stop share.
I did. I clicked on stop share. Is it still sharing? It says you're sharing 2 applications. Oh my God. I don't know. I think, should I log off and come back again and you take in another speaker? Do you want to do that? Because I don't know how to stop sharing. Is it still sharing?
I think, Aarti, why don't you just continue?
Excuse me, you can click on the share button and there is a stop sharing option.
Yes, I'm clicking on the share button. I want to stop sharing.
Okay. The screen is blank. You can continue with your presentation without PPT. That's better.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I think my video is on. Right?
Yeah, Aarti, I think.
Back again.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll take the next speaker and I'll call you back. Okay? I'll call you back after the next speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, Megha? Yeah. The next speaker, Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you on? Okay. Are you on, Mr. Ahmed Kumar? Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you there? Hello? Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you there? Okay, we do not seem to have. So I'll call upon Dr. Anusha Ramanathan. Dr. Anusha Ramanathan will be talking about the Revered Rebel, the tragic comedy of interpretation. Anusha, can you come in? Okay, I can see her there. Welcome, Anusha. Dr. Anusha Ramanathan. I'll give you the floor. It's with you. Okay.
Sure. I'm going to try avoiding sharing the PPT because it's obviously creating problems. So we'll just talk. And one of the things that I will try and do is take us through something that Devdutt Patnaik had spoken about, which is where he spoke about the fact that, how we interpret mythology, how we interpret history, and what is it that we understand of history and mythology. These are very important elements to focus upon. And what is it that when we talk about history or what we talk about literature, one of the things that we forget is that it's a very nascent and a very new phenomena in the history of mankind, of civilization, actually. So, for instance, it is only in the 19th century that we saw something like history that came to be in the sense that we know of it today as a soft science that enables us to understand, enables us to organize information, enables us to investigate the events in the past and organize it for them so that we understand it better with a heightened awareness of these events, and maybe also organize our own head and our attitudes towards it. The same thing is true of literature to a large extent. It is in the early 19th century that even that came about. The novel, the name came about because it was in 1800s that actually came to be. Earlier there was prose, there was drama, there's poetry, but in a sense of what literature is as we know of it today, which is leading language back into the power of naked speech, is basically that. And that's what Foucault talked about. So I'm going to be quick and try and just take us through this to try and see why I spoke about the revered rebel. In terms of Leo Marx, where he talks about American studies and the defense of an unscientific method, he also talks about the fact that literature enables us to have a coherent organization of thought and feeling. And he says something that Devdutt Patnaik in today's talk also, and repeatedly through a lot of his dialogues, contests. He talks of, Leo Marx talks about the truth value. And the truth value is not a very, it's not something that happens very often. The truth value is not something that that is a truth. As Dr. Patnaik pointed out, there are multiple ways. And it is a continuing growing capacity that literature has to shape up experience of the past and the present, and even the future to a certain extent. So what is it that my speech is about and the talk is about is, I don't know whether you guessed from the word of the revered rebel, but Sita is who my character is. And we have seen many interpretations of Sita. We've had the Ramayana just play out for us during the lockdown period. We have had revisitations of Sita as a character. And we often hear in a lot of judgments, especially in domestic cases, where the woman is considered to be a lot more, assertive, but is considered rebellious. Judges actually pronouncing and telling them that you must be more like Sita. And it always makes you wonder, what is it that they really want about it? Because Sita, to a large extent, was a very rebellious character. I mean, there is not one instance in Ramayana where she seems to have really obeyed anyone. But what's even more interesting is how literature has shaped this history for us. So, for instance, when you talk about literature in terms of the Ramayana, the original Ramayana is Valmiki's, and it has 24,000 verses, and it is organized in 7 khandas and all of it. But the point of the dialogue is that we constantly focus upon the Ramayana as something that Valmiki wrote. And what we understand is that Valmiki did not write it. It is actually something that Lal and Thapar, Romila Thapar and historians will say is actually an evolution and has slowly come about in bits and pieces of folklore and mythology, and then being coalesced into a piece, a treatise that we now consider.
Anusha, you have 1 minute to conclude. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that sense of, oh, wow, that's really fast. Okay, so in that sense, history of literature, how is it that we today, in today's time and age, really talk about Sita and understand her characterization as being obedient? Generally, how is it that pictures are always used where she is constantly covering her head? Whether the head covering was there in those times is a question. But the way that literature has shaped our consciousness for us, the way that interpretations and popular texts have shaped the interpretations for us, is that today the alternate view, the Devdutt Patnaik's view of the girl who chose, the book that he wrote, or another interpretations in terms of the Palace of Illusions or anything of that sort, all of these kinds of characterization is a basic tragicomedy of interpretations. And we need to constantly go back and check whether our literature is really giving us the truth value, whether we are guided by truth or by an organization of experience by one person, and whether that one person's interpretation and our interpretation of that person's writing has shaped our entire understanding of history. So it's basically to try and investigate further into that. That's the crux of the argument. And thank you, Geeta, for inviting me and allowing me to present this. Yeah.
Thank you, Anusha. It was really wonderful listening to you. It always is. And again, the story of Sita and the rebel, and we need it today's times, definitely. I think we've had lots of discussions on it. Okay, thank you so much, Anusha. Aarti, are you on now? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. So I'm going without the PPT. And apologies for the last time. Yes. All right. Sorry about the last time. Yeah. All right. So as I was sharing earlier, that I will be talking about the plane of the obscure in Maithili Sharan Gupta's Yashodhara. And as I just started, that whenever we look for the history of a place, or when we are looking at a particular era, how do we understand the history? One of the ways of understanding the history is going through the literature. And if there is a section of the society which is marginalized, which is not represented in literature, then they are denied their place in history as well. And I'm picking up one character from literature and from history primarily, who has been denied her place in literature. And as a result, we do not find too much about her even in history. And this character is Yashodhara. She was Gautam Buddha's wife. All that we know about her, that she was abandoned by him and she had to live in the palace all alone with her son the night that he left, the night Gautam Buddha left for his spiritual enlightenment. Around the year 1933, Maithili Sharan Gupta, who was the national poet of India at that time, he wrote this whole text about her, Yashodhara, where he speaks about the pain and the bewilderment of Yashodhara, the pain that she goes through in the hegemonic structure where she's being just pushed, where her husband just leaves her without a thought for her. Yes, he's going for a good cause. Yes, he's going for spiritual enlightenment. But look at the pain. I want to read a little bit of the excerpt of his poem, so that you know where this comes from. So it is in Hindi, and I will translate it in English for you. It's a huge text, but this is just an excerpt. So at one part, she says, "Siddhi hetu swami gaye, ye gaurav ki baat, par chori chori gaye, yehi bada vyaghat." So she says that, if my husband has gone for spiritual enlightenment, this is something which is, it's a moment of pride. I am really proud of that. But he did not confide in me. He went all alone without telling me. That is what causes me pain. सखी व मुझसे कहकर चाहते, कह तो क्या मुझको अपनी पग बांधा पाते, मुझको बहुत उन्होंने माना, फिर भी क्या पूरा पहचाना, मैंने मुख्य उसी को जाना जो वो मन में लाते. So see the pain of hers, so where she says that, my dear friend, if only he had confided, if only he had told me, would I have been an obstacle? No, I would have not. I would have been very happy to send him because he was going for a good cause. But he did not think that I am at par. He did not think that I'm as enlightened as him or that I have the same passion. He did not put me at the same level. He did not feel that I was capable and that, he should share this thing with me. And even though he loved me, but he did not really know me. And so it's a very long one. I don't want to, because of paucity of time, I will not go through the whole thing. But in another excerpt, she says that, प्रियतम के प्राणों के पण में हम ही भेज देती हैं रण में क्षत्र धर्म के नाते, गए लौट भी आवेंगे, कुछ अनुपम अपूर्व लावेंगे, रोते प्रण उन्हें पावेंगे, पर क्या गाते गाते सखी वो मुझसे कह के जाते. So she says that, we are ones very happily, we send our husbands, if they are soldiers, we send them for the war. We are the ones who will very happily take all the sacrifices that come our way. So I don't know why he thinks that I was not capable. And I know that when he comes back, he is going to come back in all glory. And I will have tears in my eyes when I welcome him. But will I have a song on my lips? So you can see the pain that the woman goes through. And yet, Maithili Sharan Gupta, at that time, such a radical poet, he is also written, there is one thing which I just want to read, where she says, विदा न लेकर स्वागत से भी वंचित किया है, अंत में यह अभिनय भी तुमने मुझे दिया है. So she says that, just because you did not tell me when you were going, please. Yes. Okay. I will not welcome you. You have denied me that right also because you did not think that I was capable of this. So all I want to say is that nearly 100 years back, a radical poet, he is written, but then sadly we do not find any more literature about her. And during these times, during this COVID-19, when, we are hearing so much of domestic abuse, so much of violence, so much of subservience of women, so many cases are coming up. It takes me back to this poem. And I wonder that, why are we not producing more literature? History is replete with tales of hegemony and patriarchy and subservience of women. And this is reflected in literature that is produced at that time. To change literature and to bring fresh perspectives into literature will lead to a fresh new look at history. And perhaps then history will not be just his story, but be a reflection, a true reflection of the bygone era. Thank you very much. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you for giving me time again. And sorry about the glitch earlier. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aarti. It was wonderful, especially hearing the voice, how you brought out the emotions of Yashodhara through this poem. Wonderful. We really enjoyed it. Okay, so we move on to the next one, which is Mr. Ahmed Kumar out here? Mr. Ahmed Kumar, could you please unmute if you have in? Mr. Ahmed Kumar. Okay. So what we'll do is Dr. Sangeeta Pudiyadat. Dr. Sangeeta?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Sangeeta, you will be on now. And so we have Dr. Sangeeta talking to us on the paper Tayyab Ritual Act as a Mnemonic Disclosure. Hi, Sangeeta, and the floor is all yours. Nice to
Thank
see
you, Geeta. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Please go ahead. Hello, Sangeeta.
Okay. The topic I'm going to speak about is Theyyam. Hello. Is it audible? Okay. The topic I'm going to speak about today is Theyyam as a video. Okay. Is Theyyam ritual as disclosure. Now, I would like to share with you my PPT. So, what is Theyyam? Theyyam is a ritual that has been in practice, that has been there for ages, and it is considered as a pre-Vedic ritual. It's a popular form found in the Malabar coast of Kerala, and it's linked not with the established temples but with the smaller shrines called Kavu or Madapura. And this we can make out from the word Theyyam itself, because it's a corrupted version of Devam or Deva, which is the Sanskritized word. It's radically different from other oracular traditions, because in oracular traditions and other oracular traditions, you'll find that the oracle is the voice of God, whereas in Theyyam, the Theyyam itself or himself is the God. And here the deity manifests as the medium. One can trace back the origin of Theyyam to the predominantly agrarian societies, because Theyyam comes from, is generally performed after October 10th, once the harvest is done. And the linguistic analysis of these stories associates it with its non-Vedic origin, like the word Devam, which is corrupted into form Devam. The predominance of pre-Vedic elements establish that there is also established through the blood sacrifice and other practices that exist. Also, interestingly, Theyyam is performed by the lower caste, the so-called Dalits, and it is their sole prerogative to don the role of God. During the performance, social hierarchies are inverted, and even the uppermost caste, the Nambudris of Kerala, touch the feet of the Theyyam. In fact, many people have argued that this is a moment of empowerment for the Dalit, because it also inverts social hierarchies, and at that moment, the Theyyam is considered and revered as God. The transformation of an untouchable to God is achieved through multiple means. First of all, you will find that the Theyyam dons an amazing costume. It's basically made from natural colors like haldi and the red ochre. And you will find that he wears a massive headdress made from coconut leaves and other natural, locally sourced things. These are two Theyyams that you can see. What is the significance of Theyyam? You will find that each Theyyam has a story and it is associated with a particular shrine. And to explore the origin of Theyyam, we'll have to rely, that is how it works as a mnemonic activity, because in some sense, the Totem Pato contains within it a story of atrocity. It narrates the story behind the Theyyam. The stories vary, but mostly they revolve around one woman, a lower caste who was wronged, or a murder which has unleashed catastrophe upon the land. There are also stories of gods who wreaked vengeance upon an entire community or village because an innocent devotee was murdered. The narrative of brutality and appeasement run like a thread through multiple Theyyam narratives. The society is reminded of the story and of an unjustly carried out brutality. Religious discourse, like all discourses, convey within it or contain within it embedded power hierarchies.
Sangeeta, you have 1 minute to go. Yeah, 1 minute.
And
1 minute to
generally
conclude.
act as okay. So the question arises: why Theyyam is allowed to repeatedly invoke the pain and recapitulate the crime through the Totem Pato? It might be because it acts as a safety valve to contain the anger of the lower caste. The sources I have taken it is from Sacralizing the Mundane, Theyyam and Hinduism, a paper I'm working on, and a research project called Sacred Spaces. Thank you. Geeta?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. It was really wonderful to hear. And you know what, I was so surprised that this is one instance where we have even the higher class Nambudris coming and touching the feet of the lower class as a Theyyam dancer. So very interesting paper. Thank you so much. It was really nice to have you on board. Okay, so now we move on to the next speaker. Do we have Mr. Ahmed Kumar on board? Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you there? Okay. Sangeeta, I think you can.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Sunil Sunkara. Mr. Sunil Sunkara, are you on board? Mr. Sunil Sunkara. Okay.
Yes.
Are you there? Mr. Sunil Sunkara? Yes, I can see you. Okay. So, Mr. Sunil Sunkara, he will be presenting his paper on the poetry of patron Nawabs of Awadh, Kathak, Wajid Ali Shah of Lucknow, and Raza Ali of Rampur. Okay. So, Mr. Sunil Sunkara, the show is all yours.
Thank you for this opportunity, and it's been a wonderful experience. I am a Kathak dancer, and in this world of the intersection of history and literature. And what I'm presenting today is about two patron Nawabs of Kathak, who were Wajid Ali from Lucknow and Raza Ali from Rampur. Now, in the 19th century, patronage became very important to all Indian classical arts, and especially for Kathak, because the temple traditions which sustained due to community started breaking apart in view of invasions and change in socio-political situations. So then the art came under the protection of the Nawabi patronage. And in the mid to late 19th century, Wajid Ali Shah in Lucknow was the first patron of the Awadhi Kathak Parampara. Now, what is the Awadhi Kathak Parampara? It is what is characterized now and known by the Maharaj Kathak dynasty, of whom Padma Vibhushan Pandit Birju Maharaj is the most famous exponent of Kathak, and that is synonymous with the Lucknow Gharana of Kathak. So that Gharana came into existence because of patronage first of Wajid Ali's father Asifud-Daula and later Wajid Ali. And when because of the East India Company, when Wajid Ali was exiled to Metja Burj, and that patronage declined. Then this entire community from Lucknow moved to Rampur, which is closer to Delhi. And then the Rampur Nawab, first Hamid Ali and later his son Raza Ali, patronized this Lucknow Gharana in Rampur. So that is how we have this triangle forming between the Maharaj Kathak dynasty, Wajid Ali in Lucknow and Raza Ali in Rampur. And the Nawab Wajid Ali has written more than 5 books, and famous among them are Bani, Nazos, and Sautul Mubarak, all of which are actually names of a bride or a woman who is most beautiful on the day of a wedding. That's what it means. And that really gives a theme of his subject, where his main subject was Rahas, or the dance of Shringar. And this one line says what his intention is. Chalo sakhi ab rahas kare, akhtar piya ke man ko rijhaye. Chalo sakhi. Here we see that Rijhana has multiple meanings. Rijhana means enticement. But for Wajid Ali, what was that enticement? That enticement was not just of the body, but of body and soul, which what Bharat Muni in Natya Shastra calls as a rasa experience, where not just the mind, body, and the pleasure senses, but the soul is involved. And this connects with the idea of viraha, of a Naika meeting the divine through union, which is what was seen in from 16th century onwards as the Bhakti movement. So we see a very interesting coming together of the tenet of the Bhakti movement and this philosophy in Wajid Ali's work. And we all know that when he left Lucknow, a very famous Thumri, the Bandish ki Thumri is Babul Mora Naihar Choto Jai. It has been sung by Saigalji in the movies also. And we see such compositions which show how he treated Lucknow actually as his chief lover, as his Naika. And the 2 fish emblems of Lucknow are very famous as the state emblem of UP. And in this these 4 lines, we see how he uses that. Baag sunare koyal bina. The garden is vacant and bereft without the cuckoo. Tal sunare machli bina. The pond lies vacant without the fish. Baat sunare batohi bina. Baat meaning road. Road is bereft without the seeker. And sage sunare balam bina. The sage being Lucknow, the beautiful bed, bereft of the divine lover who was Wajid himself. A similar such composition, and this is from his book Nazo, was used in the iconic movie Shatranj Ki Khiladi by Satyajit Ray. Tadap tadap sagri rain guzri, kaun desh gaye savariya. Ubal gayi akhya matwari, aur tarak tarak gayi chunariya. My tears spoiled my beautiful dupatta, my veil. तुम्हारे घोड़न मेरे द्वार से जो निकसे, सुध भूल गई बावरिया. When I heard your horses leave my doorstep, I lost control of my senses. Araj करे सपने में अख्तर, बसे तुम्हारी पतुरिया. All I wish for in dream and a wish.
Beautiful. 1 minute, please. Yeah, 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Going next, we see. We come to Raza Ali, and Raza Ali had a very different background because the Rampur court had a number of musicians, and he became a kind of musical genius. And we see a Chaturang written by him, which takes in the words Tatkar, Trivad. Now, these are typical terminologies of Kathak, and you would not expect a Nawab to know and write about it. But what happened is, because of the almost 20 years he spent from his childhood with the dancers, he became known for his own propensity for Bhav Batana. And so we have this beautiful Chaturang in Vrindavani Sarang written by him. And this was published in Sangeet Sagar, which is a 10-volume opus, and not very known by people that a Nawab has written a 10-volume opus with more than 1,000 compositions. A most important point I'd like to conclude with is the syncretism, or the coming together of the cultures known as Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, beautifully written by Wajid Ali. Mohan Rasiya Aaye Bagiya, Chum Rahi Ras Kali Kaliri, Koi Kali Hari Naam Pukare, Koi Kali Kahe Ali Aliri. So here we see the Nawab compares himself to Krishna, and at the same time we see that Krishna was not just a Hindu god, but a huge element.
Kara, you will have to conclude.
And with that, I end this Hori, which is Raza Ali's Hori. Ab na khelu to se sayya mori. Do not play with me in mirthful banter. Do not twist my kalai, because you know that I will play hori only with you. And the last line I leave with is that the voice of these Nawabs actually also carry the voice of all those ustad and poets whose documentation was lost and destroyed because of all the geopolitical scenario in the north. And hence, in the words of these Nawabs, we actually find the words of all those unspoken ustads, and which is why this is a very important pieces of literature, both in terms of literature as well as history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunkara. It was a beautiful presentation where you brought in Nawab's, the Bhakti movement, and also the voice of those who otherwise would never have been heard. It was really very beautiful, very interesting to listen to. Okay, thank you so much. Now we move on to our next presenter, Dr. Madhumita Mazumdar. Are you in? Dr. Madhumita Mazumdar, are you here? Okay, we move on to the earlier one. Dr. Ahmed Kumar, are you, Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you in? Who's in here? Dr. Madhumita Mazumdar, are you here? Okay. So we have.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Oh, you are here. Okay, Dr. Madhumita, it's really nice to have you. Okay, so can you please switch your video on? And okay, we have Dr. Madhumita Mazumdar with us. She's going to give us, present a paper on nature and gender in Bhil Mahabharat. Where are you, dear? Where are you, Mr. Dr. Madhumita Mazumdar? I cannot see you still.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you switch your video on? Dr. Mazumdar, can you switch your video on?
Yes.
Megha?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you still.
You have
Dr.
to keep
Mazumdar?
your.
I'll have to
Keep your video on. There is a second bubble which shows about your video. If it is showing red, you have to press that button.
The camera
Dr.
will not be
Madhumdar.
available. Can
Would
you
you like
go
to
on to
come
the
a
next
little
speaker?
later?
Yeah, I'll come next
go to
after
the next
this.
speaker. Yeah, and I'll call you back. Okay. Yeah, that will be fine. I can see that we had Dr. Sachin Labari with us. Dr. Labari, are you here, Sachin? Hello, Dr. Sachin Labari.
Yes, Dr. Geeta, I'm very much here.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Can you put your video on and so that we can also see you?
Okay.
Can you put your video on? Yes, your video.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I can see you. Okay, we have Dr. Sachin Labari with us, and he is going to talk on talk on the paper Trajectory of the Queens in India's Celluloid Initial Music. Okay, so it's all over to you.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you very much. I know I'm going to make a presentation on something for which I have worked for more than 2 years, and I have to do it in 5 minutes. But here we are. The title itself indicates that I'm going to deal with something which was quite invisibilized for many, many years. And now when it comes to writing history of something that was invisible, or writing the history of something that was not heard of, is very difficult. And so this is just an attempt to address the issue of mapping the queer on Indian celluloid, that is Indian cinema. I think I'm sharing my screen, so it should be visible. I'd like to know if my screen is visible.
No, your screen is not visible.
Yeah, because I'm sharing it from my laptop, so it should be. Will you please allow me to share my screen then?
Yes, you can.
I've already clicked on the option. Yeah, I've already done that, but somehow.
Hello.
Yes. Okay, I think I'll have to go without my presentation
Okay.
because I tried. These two options are disabled. I'm not able to put my presentation. Anyway, I'll just stick to oral presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. So compared to the development of queer cinema in the West, Indian queer cinema, in its explicit sense, is project in the making, and the unveiling of a queer subject on Indian celluloid has its own history, though not well documented. Uh, Cinema culture in India, which includes viewership, production, and distribution, can be taken as a case in point to map out this engagement of the nation with queer sexualities. Though very small in number, there exists a visible and significant literature on queer viewership as well as on queer Indian cinema. Indian scholars such as R. Rajarao, Gayatri Gopinath, and T. Muralitharan, and film scholars such as Vikram Fukan and filmmaker Sridhar Rangayan offer us alternative guides to queer films of India. This paper approaches Vikram Fukan's list of 100 queer films of India as a point of departure. Through the analysis of Fukan's list, an attempt is made at mapping the trajectory of Indian queer cinema culture from queering the canon towards the formation of a queer canon. Fukan uses representation of queer issues as the criteria to term these films as queer. Secondly, he includes short, feature length, and documentary films, both in India and in Indian diaspora worldwide. So for this purpose of analysis, I have divided these films into 5 categories. So I'll quickly go through these categories. I know it's within 5 minutes, I won't be able to give justice to it, but here we go. So the first category of the films is one which neither exclusively nor inclusively give any subplot or plot of queer character or theme. Fukan has a very appealing logic in identifying these films as queer, that is queer viewership. And one instance can be cited, that a film called Baghdad Ka Jadoo, which was released in 1956. Indian cinema produced such iconic transgressive images through cross-dressing over the years. Actors like Mahmood and Shammi Kapoor, or from Amitabh Bachchan to Imran Khan, have donned coal, lipstick, and women's clothings to get sportingly into drag act to generate laughs. So gay film historians from Dyer to Vito Russo, and also recently Brett Farmer in the West, and scholars like R. Rajraf and T. Muralitharan have quite effectively illustrated how the cinematic medium and multifarious practices of queer of film spectatorship play a vital role in the formulation of and covert articulation of queer identity and desire. The second category which I would like to mention is the films that have no explicitly encoded queer characters or queer plots, nor do they have any campy appeal. But these films include films like Dosti, Anand, Janjeer, Sholay, Dostana. Now, these can be considered films with potentially queer subtexts, as the films offer romantic and homoerotic pleasures to queer eyes. In R. Rajrao's reading, Sholay, there is a moment in the film through the song Ye Dosti Hum Nahi Chodenge, which, when viewed in isolation, presents us with a strong homoromantic narrative. I'll quickly move to the next one. That is, the next category of films is out of closet films. These films present us with a gamut of consciously coded and encoded queer characters and subplots. Some of the films in this collection are Jabbar Patel's Marathi film Umberta, then the Malayalam film by Padma Rajan, Desatantalli Karayarilla. I'm sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing this in Malayalam. Then Amol Palekar's Daira or Kalpana Lazmi's Dharmiya. Now, these films can certainly be seen as a significant stage of Indian cinema's peeping out of the closet. The films approach the queer issue from within the gamut of Indian cinematic narrative practices. The next category is that of Indian queer cinema of diaspora, or what I call is Desi queer films. Now, this category comprises of the films made in diasporic spaces by South Asian filmmakers telling the stories of and involving South Asian queer characters. A major viewership of these films consisted of South Asian diaspora, and Fukan includes both short and feature-length films in his category of these films. Now here, this is very important that from the point of view of the development of queer canon at home, the films really made a difference. These are
Sachin, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Yes, thank you.
It's really wonderful listening to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Deepa Mehta's Fire and Nishit Saran's Summer in My Vein. Now, Deepa Mehta's Fire is the first among such films that makes visible and central the invisibilized lesbian by placing her in the center of the narratives. The last category of the films, which I'll rush you through, is explicit queer cinema, or what I call is brave new queer Indian cinema. Now, this last category is that of explicit queer representation. It includes, very importantly, Riyad Wadia's very short film, Bombay, 1996, Mahesh Dattani's Mango Souffle, or Sridhar Rangayan's Aina, or Pink Mirror, and the list goes on and on. Now, this includes, and the journey of this bold cinema continues with films like Aligarh and the very recent film, Shubhamangal, Zyada Savdhan, or Ek Ladki Ko Dekha To Aisa Laga. Now, I'll come to the conclusion. I do understand that I did not really give justice to the explanation part of it, but I have certain conclusions on the basis of my study and analysis of these films, that Fukan's alternate guide to Indian cinema did not include films after 2011. However, it must be noted that regional film industry in India has been increasingly engaging in the making of films on queer themes. The inference that one can draw from the discussion on these films is that there is undoubtedly a decisive and discernible transformation in the depiction, treatment, and discourse on queer subjects on Indian celluloid. Through this initial musing, the paper suggests that the spatio-temporal and incidental elements contributing to the development of queer cinema in India are distinct, and it may be a reductionist approach to consider it as mere imitation of the Western cinema. It is therefore imperative that the journey of the queer in Indian celluloid is documented by acknowledging various intersections to develop a new comprehensive narrative. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. It's actually very interesting, and I'm waiting for your project to get over, because these are usually topics which are brushed under the carpet.
Absolutely.
So it would really wait to watch it. Thank you so much for being with us, and it was a pleasure having you. So we'll move on to the next talk. Thank you so much. Yeah. What next one, Dr. Madhumati Mazumdar, are you ready now? Dr. Madhumati Mazumdar, are you ready?
Yes.
Can you switch your mobile on, your video on?
Yes.
Yes, I can see it. Okay, now we have Dr. Madhumati with us, who will be speaking on the topic, Nature and Gender in Beale's Mahabharat. Over to you. Over to you, Dr. Mazumdar.
Thank you so much. Epics naturally speak of winners. So representation of the winners construct the cultural genealogy for the dominant group. But what happens if I use Gayatri Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak? If I talk about the alternative, the subaltern then I am not really talking about just narration, I'm also talking about protest. So I'm using the Bhil Bharat or the Bhil Mahabharat as a text full of subversion and one that challenges notion of conventional superiority in terms of class and gender. The Bhils that come from, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh today have been put into the margins of the society for the long time. But what is interesting about them is that they have a rich cultural tradition which gets manifested in the rituals of their songs and dances, their community deities, myths, and lore. And
keep your camera in front of your face so that your face could be visible. Yes, clear.
Is it okay now? Yeah. So the kind of the painting materials that are used by the Bhils are also, very simple homemade stuff. Apart from that, what I want to point out is the gods and the goddesses that they actually have. They have a human touch. So maybe in their songs, maybe in a kind of a narratorial presentation, you would see that the gods actually come and participate, talk and communicate with the people. So the place of the sun, the moon, the animals, trees, insects, rivers, paddy fields, mythological characters, all have a very close connect with the nature. So they celebrate nature like nobody else, I would rather say. The Bhil Mahabharat is a wonderful celebration of life, therefore. This tribal epic shows Draupadi, who is called Dhopan, as the dispenser who is all-powerful and in control of her life. A contrast, I would say, from Vyasa's Draupadi. She is not at the mercy of the men in her life, be it her husband or her father. So in here, what the most interesting episode would be the Draupadi Basuki episode. There you see that Basuki is somebody who comes and falls in love with Draupadi and sort of captures her, and Arjuna is somebody who's not able to help. He's in very helplessly. So each time Draupadi's desire for a lover is burnt up. She stands purified and salvation. This episode, on one hand, is indicative of the great cult of the Nishans, which breaks the conventional gendered stereotypes in that way. Sociologists who have noted that the serpent legends, which are abundant in the mainstream Rajasthani culture, Vidyadan Deta, one of the well-known folklorists from Rajasthan, talks about stories, talks about Ichadhari serpents, who can take up human forms, and that is what we find Basuki doing here. Now, this comes interesting because if you see the Sanskritized version of the Mahabharat, Takshak and others, are sort of made to eat the humble pie. They have to give up their places where they live. So in the folk tales, as Professor Joshi points out, I would quote him, variations and interpolations are bound to happen as the text passes through different cultures, the tribal culture in one such case. This character called Bala, who is Abhimanyu in the standard text. The word Himmat has its root in the word Ahimmat, which means the clever serpent. Tribals give more importance to the characters. The beauty of it is that in the end, the moral does not change, even though the characters play different roles. So in the Bhil Bharat, it's not Arjuna who is the hero, but it is Abhimanyu. So that child serpent, that dangerous serpent, is the idea that you actually keep on celebrating. On the other hand, Draupadi and others are, and the Bhil women are considered to be as Dayan Devi. Dayan Devi, as the term would say, would mean witch goddesses. But in the mainstream literature, if you're talking about witch, you're talking about negativity, you're talking about evil. But in the tribal epic, it represents power. Just now, Draupadi, who is revered by Yudhishthir, is completely surprised at why is the elder brother actually paying homage to Draupadi. But it is through, a number of episodes that he learns his lesson. Just now, Draupadi, you have Kunti, you have the Shantanu Ganga episode. Of course, the conventional story is taken up, but Ganga plays a very, very strong role there. And what is another interesting episode is the role of Uttara, the wife of Abhimanyu, who hardly has
Dr.
any role in the conventional. Yes.
Dr. Manzumdar,
yes,
you have
yes.
1 minute to.
Yes, so there is hardly any role for that. So I would use, Anya Nin, who made a wonderful point by drawing from Lawrence van der Post, the Jungian psychologist and poet. In her book, A Woman Speak, she says, I quote, there is a beautiful part in one of his books where he says that the Africans never suffered from loneliness as we have. They have suffered from the feeling of meaninglessness of their life as we have occasionally. So the women are not alone. They are not suffering. So, this collective aura, of the celebrating of the woman power, this communication with the nature is something, which becomes very, very interesting. And what is also to be noted is that the war, which is very important in the Mahabharata, actually has some about 300 lines in the so-called tribal epic, because they are not wanting to celebrate war. They are not hesitant to call Krishna at fault. They are not hesitant to call that Kauravas, have been somewhat wronged in that way. The Bhil Bharat, in that way, celebrates the rustic simplicity and the elemental quality of life. It's a rare beauty, as the text brings us very close to surrounding beliefs and the way of life. Nothing is very complicated. All characters reflect very primal emotions. There is no reluctance in glorifying Vasuki over Arjuna, nor is there any hesitancy to say that Krishna has done something evil. There is no attempt to burden Draupadi with moral baggage. We get to see the reflection of the pagan world that has been in awe of woman's power. It is a fascinating revelation to see how Mahabharata looks when it shapes its traditional structure and incarnates in an entirely different world, in a world of those who live in the fringes of Indian society, or unfortunately called the subaltern. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mazumdar. It was really beautiful to listen to, again, the story of women power through tribals and how they have, emerged from the closets and how they are looked on differently from what is usually the traditional value. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really a pleasure to listen to it. It's a treat. Thank you. Thank you. So we go. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next presenter, Dr. Meher Mistry. Are you on? Dr. Meher Mistry? Yes. Okay, can you put on your, can you come in, please?
Am I visible and audible?
No, not yet. Not yet. Meghna?
You have to keep your on. There's a second member. Yeah. We can see you.
Am I visible? Okay. Should I start?
Okay, I can see you. Okay, we have Dr. Meher, just let me we have Dr. Meher Mistry, and her paper is on the contribution of Parsis to the growth of Gujarati literature. Very interesting one. Yeah, you can start, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present over here in this conference. Today I want to talk about how the Parsis had not only adopted Gujarati as their mother tongue after having come to India. The variety which the Parsis had adopted of Gujarati was the one spoken in the coastal areas near Surat, and naturally they added many Persian words to it. In the course of time, Persian words were also added to Gujarati language when it became the court language under the Mughals. And Parsis had started contributing in Gujarati language as early as 1507 through translations, mainly of some of their religious scriptures. There were translations of some Sanskrit works, etc. When the print medium developed, we see that the Parsis began to write and publish extensively. In fact, the credit of developing the first Gujarati type, the first Gujarati newspaper, as you all know, Mumbai Samachar, goes to the efforts of the Parsis. And they were also contributors to the starting Gujarati school.
Ma'am, you can place
Sorry,
your mobile.
no, I'm not.
You can place your mobile in front of your face. Yes. Clear now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they were also contributors to the starting of Gujarati schools on modern lines of education. And in fact, they played an important role in associations such as the Gnan Prasarak Mandali, which was established to promote education in Gujarati by the Students' Scientific and Literary Society. As you all know, Dadabhai Naoroji was a prominent member. And there were many Parsis who were part of this Gnan Prasarak Mandali and started Gujarati schools. In fact, when the Native Book Society was formed under Mount Stuart Elphinstone's leadership, it was realized that the Gujarati which was spoken in the Bombay Presidency was of three kinds. Gujarati of the Hindus, Gujarati spoken by the Parsis, Gujarati spoken by Muslims, and there were lots of differences of orthography, pronunciation, and to reach out to all the sections. In fact, initially the textbooks which were prescribed in schools were introduced both in Parsi Gujarati as well as in Hindu Gujarati. And in fact, on these textbook committees, there were equal representatives from the Muslim, Parsi and Hindu communities.
this scenario began to change by 1850s. Many Gujarati intellectuals which arose and began to dominate the Gujarati literary scene gradually began to enjoy a lot of clout in the British circles. And the British officials gradually began to feel that the type of Gujarati which was being promoted by these Gujarati literati was the ideal type or the pure classical Gujarati. The notion that a standardized Gujarati has to be put forth was also brought about, and this notion of standardizing, unfortunately, in that process, we see that the Gujarati which was spoken and written by Parsis, who were vast contributors to different genres of Gujarati literature, such as poetry, novel, drama, theatre, journalism, etc., was now
Megha?
Sorry, am I audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
now you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Suddenly, the Parsi Gujarati was labeled as an impure, imperfect, polluting Gujarati, which was diluting and it was doing a great disservice to the enrichment of the Gujarati language. Now, there was a lot of debate even among the Gujarati literators as to what variant of Gujarati should be promoted as standard Gujarati. But most of them were unanimous in labeling Parsi Gujarati as imperfect and something that needed to be corrected. We also see a move towards removing Persian, Arabic, and English influence from the language. And Sanskrit was now being projected as the point of origin, and therefore there was a tendency to Sanskritize Gujarati. Some Gujarati intellectuals, however, condemned such extreme Sanskritization of the language because both the languages are different, although Gujarati may have been arisen from Sanskrit. Now, Parsi writers, how did they respond to this kind of Sanskritization of Gujarati? Some continued to write in Parsi Gujarati, especially because their target audience was Parsi. Some became equally proficient in what was being promoted as standard Gujarati. In fact, only the language which was spoken in the Ahmedabad region was considered as the standard Gujarati, and even the Gujarati spoken Surat region was labeled as the low caste and of a low quality. But we see that many Parsis began to take their mark even in this new standard Gujarati which was being taught in school. We have poets like Ardeshar Khabardar.
Dr. Mistry, you have 1 minute to, you have 1 more minute. Continue.
I am right. So, Bairamji Malabari, Ardeshar Khabardar, they began to make their mark in this language also. In fact, as early as 1822, Parsi journalists had advocated use of simple Gujarati, which could be understood both by Parsis and Hindus in his Mumbai Na Samachar newspapers. But such tolerance was promoter of standardized Gujarati. Parsi Gujarati was no longer considered as another form of Gujarati, which simultaneously developed in the multicultural climate of Gujarat, but an impure that needed to be given up. So to conclude, Parsis have been obliterated in the history of Gujarati literature, and now Parsis also have more or less given up Gujarati as their language of expression. Thank you very much. Hello?
Thank you, Dr. Mistry. It was really, thank you so much. It was really nice to hear the evolution of Parsi Gujarati and, the opposition that they had from the standard Gujarati and how it evolved so well. Thank you so much for your paper. It was really a pleasure to listen to it. Okay, so can we move on to the next one? Thank you so much. I think you can switch off your video now. Our next, Prashant, Dr. Prashant, you are here? I can see you.
I'm here.
Okay, can you put on your video, please?
My video is on, I think.
We still have. Okay, I can see you. Hello. Yes, I see you now. Okay, so we have Dr. Prashant VG with us, and he's going to present the paper Shashi Tharoor's Ride in Historiographic Metification. Prashant, it's over to you.
Yeah. Is the screen visible right now? Geeta, is the screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible. It's visible.
So my paper is titled, I know I have 5 minutes and I made a presentation for 10 minutes. I'll have to cut short. So you can just warn me when I can just jump into conclusion.
I'll do that.
Yeah, sure. So my paper is titled Shashi Tharoor's Right. That's a novel considered as a historiographic metafiction. I'll be explaining that particular term coined by Linda Achian. Representing India in works of art with its diversity, ethnic diversity, language diversity, cultural diversity, and what else? It is a very challenging task for many of the post-colonial writers. And of course, Shashi Tharoor is not an exception. So he has dexterously managed to overcome this crisis in successive novels. So we have 3 novels, and I'll be drawing attention only to one novel, Right. And the Great Indian Novel and Show Business. Great Indian Novel is an adaptation of Mahabharata. Show Business is an autobiographical kind of where he presents the life of cinematic actor Amitabh Bachchan. And of course, Right is a love story. And historiographic metafiction is a term coined by Linda Achian to refer to postmodern novels that borders on history or a recreation of past, where it is done in a very fictional mode. So it's a kind of a blending of history, art, and literature. So the intertextuality that is often paves in the gamut of postmodern literature and theory that projects the belief and standards of the past, and they assert and to make an understanding of the past from a modern perspective. So this refers to history and fiction meeting at one particular point, and the novel Right, I'll be coming next to that, from a post-colonial or a postmodern perspective. Postmodernism also calls to question the grand narratives. History very often is a grand narrative with a linear progression, but all of you know that history is not in a linear progression. It is not in a grand narrative. History is many things put together. You cannot have a unilateral kind of a perspective on history. So the argument of my paper is that history is not something very constructive. History is not something very concrete. It is a notion which has been concocted, or it is a notion which has been assimilated by a number of distortions, violations, and so many voices are being silenced. So history is not something, as you think, is very natural or something that is very what you call real. So the idea of history I would like to explore in this particular paper from a very cultural perspective in the concept of history, how it is founded and how this is actually going to make it to happen. So this particular concept of historiographic metafiction is considered literature with a background of history. So whenever history is recreated, whenever an event of the past is recreated, so you can apply this particular point of history where literature, history, and theory are being brought into one. The basis that theory and fiction are human construct. This is my main argument. This is all constructs, just like femininity, just like many other things. You think that this is all real and you construct and you live with this particular thing. And historiographic metafiction, as I'm quoting Achian, is a rethinking and reworking of forms and the concept contents of the past. Right is a novel published with the 2 different front pages. This is the title page, or the front page that you see right on my screen is a novel published in 1989. It's basically a love story written in the background of a demolition of Babri Masjid and the subsequent Hindu-Muslim conflict. So Tharoor makes this particular cover to remind the Indian audience that the story is actually about the political vendetta that has been, or religious vendetta that has been put into practice under the demolition of Babri Masjid. Whereas the American edition of the story is published in this particular respect, making it very clear that it's a kind of a right, a kind of a violence. And of course, it also underpins the love story element aspect. So I'm just rushing through. So the major themes involved the novel are love and betrayal. And the story of the novel is narrated, as I said earlier, to contradict the grand narratives. The story is narrated from multiple perspectives. So thereby, Tharoor is actually making a challenge to the linear or chronological kind of a narration, which is part and parcel of the historical narration.
Prashant, 1 minute more.
The country, where religion is the key word. So many of the political leaders take religion or actually engage in religious conflicts as a passport to the either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha or maybe to any house of legislature assembly. So my point is that I'm just skipping that the temple and mosques are become passports to the pathways of legislative assemblies where unholy practice of religion is made, and you have all kinds of turmoils happening in India. And finally, I'm summing up the only lesson we inherit from history that history gets repeated every time, everywhere, and we don't learn much lesson from history. And disorder, violence, and riots have become a permanent order of the day and made the state of the nation as a God-forsaken land. Thank you. Did I finish before?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. You were really on time. Yeah, thank you so much. And it was really nice to listen to you on Shashi Tharoor's work. And especially the debate.
I'm actually seeing after 30 years.
Yes. And also, I liked you about the debate that you put forward, that history is a notion. I think it's all what we had a talk in the morning about it. So it was really nice of the really nice listening to you.
My video now?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next presenter, Tuhina. Tuhina, are you on? Tuhina, are you there? Yes, I can see you. Tuhina, okay. So Tuhina, can you just check you're not audible. Tuhina, no, can you hear us? But we cannot hear. Megha, I think you'll have to step in. Megha?
Yes, ma'am.
Megha, Tuhina's, I think, just see what's the problem. Tuhina, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. No, your voice is not audible.
You just remove your... Can you try speaking once? No, your voice is not audible. Ma'am, your voice is not audible. You just remove your earphone once.
Tuhina, remove your earphones. Okay, Megha, can you try? Oh no, but we still cannot hear her. Megha?
We can't still I'm not able to hear you. Try once again, ma'am. No, we can't hear you.
Megha, can you connect with her and we'll get her back after the next presenter because you're really short of time?
Okay, I'll connect.
Yeah, so I'll get the next presenter on. The next presenter is Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar. Sushila, are you on? Sushila. Hello? Sushila, are you there? Sushila? Oh, what's happening? Okay, we'll move on. Okay.
I am there.
Sushila, are you there?
Hello.
Okay, can you put your video on? And Megha, in the meantime, could you just try with Tuhina? What is the problem? Sushila,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
cannot see.
Hello.
Yeah, we are not able to see you. Sushila, are you there? Sushila, can you switch your video on? Sushila?
Hello.
I thought I heard a voice. Yes, we can hear you. Can you?
Hello.
Hello, Sushila?
Yes,
I can. No, we can hear you. We can hear you. We just need to put your video on. Sushila. Hello, Sushila.
You are unmuted.
Dr. Sushila, can you put your video on? Yes, I can see your window
Hello?
opening up now.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello. Can you
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
hear me?
We can hear you, but we are not able to see you. Please put your video on. Please press Megha, please help it.
Second double, please press second double. Unable to unmute. I think that might be a network issue.
Okay, what we'll do is we can come back to her while we move on to the next visitor. See, Megha.
Yes.
What we'll do is we have got 3 more presenters after her, so we'll go back to her and we'll finish with we'll finish at least with the next one. Yes,
Okay,
I
now
can see now.
yeah.
Sushila.
Audible?
Okay. Yes, you are in. You are in. Okay. Okay. So we have Sushila, I think, yeah. Okay, we have Dr. Sushila Vijay Kumar with us, who will be speaking on her topic, modern India. Yes, you are. You are. Yes, you are. Just, I think you just need to put the camera where, it's slightly to the side. Okay. Shall I start? Hello, Sushila, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, friends. A very good day to all of you.
Sushila, wait, can I introduce you? Hello, Sushila. Hello. Hello. Okay. Megha can everyone hear her?
Actually,
Megha?
network issue.
Okay, she's having a network issue. I think we'll have to get her back again. So what we'll do is we'll go on to the next person and then we'll come back because I think it's both Sushila and Tuhina Bose. Okay.
Yes.
So do we have who's from this? Yes. Who are we having right now? Okay. Do we have Dr. Meera Bharwani?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly. Can you put your video on?
I've put my
Yes.
video on.
Yes, we can. Oh, we just saw you. We had a glimpse of you and then you disappeared.
Yeah. Am I audible as well as visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Okay. So we have Dr. Meera Bharwani with us, who will be talking on the changing representation, the impact of historical events on the diaspora on English literature. Meera, you're on.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, you're on. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Correction in between. Okay, so I'm not going to use my PPT. I'm not going to spend time on my PPT. I'll just straight away get to the heart of the matter. Now, as I would like to first refer to what Sudhir Nigam said. Am I audible? Shall I continue? Hello?
Megha, there is some confusion.
Try to stop sharing her screen.
Sushila?
Sushila, please.
Dr. Sushila? Dr. Sushila?
Ma'am, you may start.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Meera, you're on. Yes, you're on. You're on.
Okay. So I would like to first refer to what Dr. Sudhir Nigam said about the study of literature and history. He said that literature is studied in isolation and history is also studied in isolation. What I'm trying to do in my paper is I'm trying to say that a writer does not write in isolation. Rather, everyday events happening in society get reflected in the literature. And needless to say that with the shifting experiences, the literature produced also changes. Now I'm going to talk about diasporic literature. Now this notion of diaspora has become a big thing in the last century with the people migrating to various countries and talking about their experiences. Now, historically, the beginning of this term diaspora, historically it denotes the dispersal of the Jews, which is a forcible dispersion. So, diaspora has always been associated with dispersal, and in the beginning, people who were writing about identity and about dislocation, relocation, and about forced migration. Some of the authors who were writing were Amitabh Ghosh, Bharti Mukherjee, M.G. Vasanji, Michael Ondaji, Rohinton Mistry. They were all writing about identity and us and them and things like that. Then came the changing representations, which was one of the trajectories, one of the intersections of history, which is globalization. And due to this globalization, many people started migrating. This globalization happened because of the ubiquity of technology, and people no longer went with a one-way ticket to the place where they were migrating. Migration was not forced anymore. It was a voluntary thing. They were looking for better prospects. And that's how their writing also changed. The writers were now no longer writing about us and them. They were rather writing about more happy things, more happy times, and that was how there was a change in their writing, in the diasporic writing.
Just 1 minute, just one. Requesting all the other presenters to mute your audio, please. Requesting all of them to mute. Thank you. Sorry, please continue.
Okay. So now with globalization and this changing literature, there were other changes also taking place in the world. And along with information technology and better communication, in the medical field, there were many innovations. But many acts of violence, terrorist acts and acts of violence were also taking place. And one of the major intersections in history is the bombing of the Twin Towers. With that, literature changed again. So on the morning of September 11, 2001, armed terrorists, as we all know, they hijacked 4 aeroplanes and initiated the largest attack over the United States on its own soil. These aeroplanes deliberately crashed into New York's World Trade Center. Now, this had a major impact. This is also very commonly called 9/11. This had a major impact on literature. Now, and what on diasporic literature particularly, and what the author started writing at that time was about violence. So consequently, authors like Anita Rao Badami, Chitra Banerjee, Devakaruni, Khalid Hosseini, Kiran Desai, Mohsin Hamid, Monica Ali, Nadeem Aslam, Roma Tian all started writing about violence, and they presented a lot of violence in their writing.
Dr. Meera, 1 minute more, please.
9/11.
1 minute more.
Yeah. Should I continue?
Yes, you have 1 minute more.
Yeah. So some of them, yeah. So some examples are Monica Ali's Brick Lane and The Thousand Splendid Suns by Khalid Hosseini. Both of them actually refer to the 9/11, the act of 9/11, and how it changes their characters. So after that episode of violence, which the diasporic writers are writing about, came another intersection in history, which was maybe because of 9/11 that happened. There was a sort of tapering off of globalization, and there was a deglobalized world which was happening. And one of the major acts of deglobalization could be Brexit could be one of those things of deglobalization. Also, the rise of many leaders thought only about their country, who did not believe in a globalized world. And this again changed.
Dr. Meera, please do try to conclude.
Yeah.
Please do try to conclude.
This is the last. So after that, the writing changed again, And writers like, just one example, Divakaruni wrote novels like The Palace of Illusions and The Forest of Enchantments, which are a rewriting of uh, the legends of her country of origin. So that's how history has an effect upon diasporic literature. We are going through another very major intersection, which is the pandemic that we are into currently now. And post pandemic, I think the literature will change again. So that's it from me. Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Meera. It was really interesting to listen on your talk on the shifting literature on historical events. It was really a pleasure to listen to it. So can we move on to the next writer? Thank you. It was really good. Yeah, we can now mute your video. Okay, do we have Tuhina Megha? What is the scene? Do we have Sushila or Dr. Sushila or Dr. Tuhina on board? Megha?
Dr. Tuhina, having a trial session with someone else now. You can have Dr. Sushila if she's comfortable.
Dr. Sushila, are you on? Sushila? Dr. Sushila?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go on to the next. Okay, so you're there. Okay, okay, fine. Can you put your video on, please?
Yeah.
Video. Ah, yes. Okay, now I can see you both. Okay, so we have, okay.
Video should be on. Is there? Let me see. Is my screen visible now?
No.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, we can see you now. Yes, we can see you. We can see you. Okay.
Yes.
So we have Dr. Sushila, who is be talking to us on modern Indian drama, revisiting history in Girish Karnad. Can you hear us?
Is my PPT visible?
No, your PPT is not visible.
I can hear you. Is my
Actually, your network is too slow. Your network is too slow. If it is possible, then you go without PPT. It would be more preferable.
So, are you can you go without PPT? Is it okay?
Without PPT?
Yes, please, because it looks like your network is a little slow. It's not able to capture the.
No, it is okay.
Hello? Hello?
I really wanted to. Let me just. Yeah.
Okay. So we have Dr. Sushila, who will be talking to us on modern Indian drama, revisiting history in Girish Karnad, Tulak, Tel Dandu, and the dreams of Tipu Sultan. Sushila, you're on? No, your PPTs are not visible. Your PPTs are not visible. Megha, what's happening? How can we help her?
I would request to show a PPT, please, because your network is too slow.
Is it?
Sushila, I think you can start speaking and probably, yeah, because it's showing that you are not able to use your PPTs. So please do start speaking and please put your video on. Megha, what do we do? Is she able to?
Ma'am, her network is only
Too slow. Okay, what we'll do is we'll keep her on hold. Just talk to her, get her offline from here, and we'll go on to the next. Oh, Sushila, your PPT is not.
Okay.
Network is too slow. Yes, we can see.
Okay, then I'll go without.
No, but your network is still very slow. Okay, okay, fine. You are on. Yes, please start. Please start.
Yeah. Can you see? Yes. Okay. So my paper is entitled Modern Indian Drama, Revisiting History in Girish Karnad's Tughlaq, Taledanda and Dreams of Tipu Sultan. Let me give an overview of my presentation. It has been divided into two parts. The introductory part will enumerate on modern Indian drama and the big four modern Indian dramatists. The second part will trace Girish Karnad's dramatic oeuvre and dwell on Karnad's engagement with the historic mode followed by conclusions. Post-independence urban Indian drama, also called as modern Indian drama, arose as a response to the impulses of colonialism and modernity. The 60s was a golden period
We cannot
resulting
see
in the
your
flowering
PPT
of a
as it is not loaded.
Drama theatre scholars like Aparna Dharwadkar.
Sushila, we cannot see your PPT, so why don't you come aboard?
Hear me, right?
Yes, we're able to hear you. So why don't you come on screen?
Yes, you may stop sharing your screen so that we can only hear you and see you.
Okay, I've stopped sharing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the 60s was a golden period.
No, you're still.
Of the dramatic genre in India.
Mega.
Drama theatre scholars.
Oh, yes, you're on.
Is the
Okay.
bandwidth very low? Drama theatre scholars like Aparna Dharwadkar, Erin Me, G.P. Deshpande, and others have highlighted some of the key trends of the period. Marked by a phase of anti-colonial fervor and the standardization of Indian languages, the playwrights and practitioners positioned themselves with respect to language, genre, and readers or audiences. Rejecting the colonial language, playwrights began writing in indigenous languages. Imbuing their plays with contemporary ideas, they used authentic dialogues and freed themselves from the shackles of Western theatrical models. Their attempts were twofold. First, the attempt to portray Indianness, and second, to rediscover and reappraise India's pure theatrical traditions. Mention must be made of Andayu, which was written as a radio play in Hindi in 1954 by Dharamveer Bharati. The 60s was a glorious period for modern Indian drama and saw the rise of the big four modern Indian dramatists whose plays were quickly translated into other Indian languages as well as performed on the stage and made them into national figures. Mohan Rakesh wrote Ashar Ka Ek Din in Hindi, Girish Karnad wrote Yayati in Kannada, Badal Sarkar wrote Ebong Indrajit in Bengali, and Vijay Tendulkar wrote in Marathi. Although Tendulkar began writing earlier, his play Shantata Ko Chalu Ahe received acclaim. Scholars agree that translations contributed to the phenomenon of modern Indian drama. Girish Karnad has engaged what here scholar Christopher Barney terms as self-translations. That is, Karnad has translated from Kannada to English and vice versa. Karnad has reappraised Indian theatrical traditions, although Karnad's drama scholar Aparna Dharwadkar's framework in her comprehensive study, Theories of Independence. Yayati, Bali the Sacrifice, and the Fire in the Rain use the mythic mode. Tughlaq, Kaladanda, and the Dreams of Tipu Sultan use the historic mode. Hayavadana, Nagamandala, and the Flowers use the folk mode, and Driven Snow, Broken Images, Wedding Album, and Boiled Beans on Toast of Play are in the realist naturalist modes. Flowers and Broken Images are companion pieces which are written for the opening of Ravashankara Theatre in Bengaluru. Karnad revisits pre-modern history of India, for it prefigures and encompasses the drama of modernity, according to Dharwadkar. Karnad reinterprets the historical political personalities and their actions. With a view to highlighting the way Karnad has revisioned history by imbuing the characters with a modern sensibility, this paper undertakes a close reading of his three plays in the historic mode, namely Tughlaq, Kaladanda, and the Dreams of Tipu Sultan. Tughlaq revisits the Sultanate period and was a response to Kirtinath Putkoti's remark regarding the lack of a first-rate historical play in Kannada. Using 50 characters, the play deployed Nataka form and Parsi stagecraft conventions, that is, the deep and the shallow scenes denoting the social hierarchy. Scholars have noted the echoes of disillusionment with European policies. Responding to theatre director Elik Padansi's request, Karnad began his maiden venture of self-translation.
Sushila, you have 1 minute more. Sushila, can you hear me? 1 minute more? Yeah,
so
please.
Yeah. Yes, the play expresses the eccentric and visionary figure, introducing copper currency and forging into mystical. Kaladanda revisits the 12th century Veerashaiva movement and is an attack on the Mandir Mandal politics of the 90s. The historical division consists of a recapitulation of the old rituals of Basavanna, the 12th century Bhakti saint, and highlights the embodiment of the spirit of social reforms and egalitarian ideals in Basavanna's Vachanas. Role splitting is the theatrical technique used by Karnataka in the manner of the Socrates paired characters to indicate the traditional modernity context. The Dreams of Tipu Sultan was a commission by BBC, asked to write a radio play reflecting on the Indo-British relations. Karnataka shows the historical self of the dynamics through the script. It begins with Oriental Roman Mackenzie, coming at the other side of Tipu's history. Voices, flashbacks, memories, dreams, story are the non-naturalistic techniques.
Okay, I think Megha, she's having a problem with her internet. Megha?
Yes, sir.
She's having a lot of problem with her internet, looks like.
Yes, ma'am, you may shift to the next presentation.
Well, I've lost her. She's still there on? Okay, I can see it. Okay, Sushila, okay. You have to wind up. Hear us. Megha, is she able to?
Yes, yes, I can hear her.
No, Dr. Sushila?
Revision as a national
Okay, she's concluding. I think I can hear concluding. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sushila. Hello, Dr. Sushila. Can you hear us? Can you put a thumbs up if you can hear us? Okay, I think Tuhina is also back. Thank you, Dr. Sushila. But I'm sure we could hear a little. Sushila, yeah, we did hear a little bit because of the band. We lost most of what you were saying, but we did enjoy. We could hear a little bit about the plays and how you tried to bring in the historicity in the play of Girish Karnad. Thank you so much for joining us, Sushila. Thank you, Dr. Sushila. Thank you. I think now we have Dr. Tuhina Bose. Tuhina, is the problem all sorted out?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Thank you so much. It's nice to.
Thank you. Okay. And can you see me as well?
Yes, I can see you. Dr. Sushila, I think you'll have to. Yeah, okay. So now we have our next presenter, Dr. Tuhina Bose, and she is going to be talking on Morji Japi, excuse my pronunciation, Morji Japi, voicing of the dispossessed in Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide. Over to you, Tuhina.
Thank you, Geeta. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to be sharing my screen now. Just a sec. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Please continue. Yes, we can. Okay. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So, my paper is about the Sundarbans, and I have decided to pick a small section from here, from the novel of Amitav Ghosh. The small section, which is Morij Jhapi in the novel, has become big in the chronicles of the history of Bengal. I have always been intrigued by the way the tight country people, as Ghosh rightly calls them, survived the brunt of nature and, for that matter, the cruelties of autocratic regimes and lived to tell their tales. So I have a small video here. I was told the video will not work. This is about the Sundarbans. Unless until you know about the Sundarbans, you will not understand my presentation. The beauty of narrative lies in painting the plaintive, cruel, yet sheltering tales of the ever-shifting residents that are morphed by new islands, evolving and disappearing in a course of single day. Sundarbans, the estuarine forest, are an ecological feast spread out along the mouth of Bay of Bengal. It is an incredible and irresistible network of estuaries, tidal rivers, and creeks intersected by numerous channels that enclose flat marshy islands covered with dense forests of mangroves. Mori Jhapi, does the name strike a chord? No. This island is the Sundarbans. Once was the home of the dispossessed, dared to hope and build. Mori Jhapi made few waves in 1979 when the massacre of either less than 10 or more than 10,000, depending on whom you believe, lower caste Hindu refugees from Bangladesh took place on the island upon the orders of the Left Front government. It is a tragic truth that refugees have been massacred and incarcerated and continue to be massacred and incarcerated in many places across the globe. And I'm quoting Gurda Chattaraj, but island massacres seem to have their own particular tenor and terror. Something is heightened in violence that takes place on an island. And these are some of the photographs that I have gathered from Google. These show the mass exodus of the refugees of Bengal, and they were denied shelter from both the governments of Bangladesh as well as India. These people were forced to board upon trucks and other conveyance to move them away from their basic place of, where they were staying. So they were moved to some place called Dandakaranya, and they were completely unaccustomed to that kind of climate and culture. One of the blog writers quotes Mori Jhapi as the biggest community-sponsored murder of Hindu refugees. Here, I would like to talk about the merger of history and fiction when I say that Amitabh Ghosh has picked up this particular island in the southernmost tip of the Sundarbans to describe the massacre.
Dr. Tuhina, you have 1 minute left. Dr. Tuhina, 1 minute left.
Yes, thank you. It is said that buried stories have a way of coming forth, even if it takes a generation for them to emerge. Mori Jhapi turned out to have many heirs. Ghosh has made it come alive in the novel The Hungry Tide by giving it the body and soul of the characters like Nirmal, Nilima, Kusum, and Fakir. Set in landscape that is crisscrossed by rivers and surrounded by sea, it is a work of fiction with every element breathing reality. Ghosh dares to enunciate the traumatic tales of these refugees and Mori Jhapi, the island where the settlers settle down, and brings it forth in the form of the motif of Nirmal's notebook in the narrative. The loss of home, property, and most importantly, identity drove these dispossessed Bengali refugees to revolt against the set norms of then prevailing communist government in Bengal. The atrocious and anti-human behavior of the government officials and CRPF to suppress this revolt is what can be experienced in the wide vistas of Ghosh's narrative, The Hungry Tide. And I would like to conclude the presentation by saying that the sweep of historical fiction gives us a historical world which is plausible and may shape up the historical agenda as quoted by Mukul Kesavan in Tata Steel Literary Kata Meet 2016. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sohina. It was clear pleasure to listen to you. And those wonderful slides of the Sundarbans, and also I have also read Amitabh Ghosh's The Hungry Trade, beautiful book, and you have put it across so well about the problems of the refugees. Thank you so much for being a part of the team.
Giving me the opportunity. Thanks.
It's our pleasure. Really nice to have you. Can we move on to the next presenter? Miss Hridaya Ajgaonkar, are you here?
Yes,
Ms.
I'm here.
Okay, can we see you? I can hear you now. Ah, yes, there you are.
Yes. Hello.
Ina, you'll have to. Okay, there she is. Okay. Hridaya, okay, we have you. Okay, now we have Ms. Hridaya Ajgaonkar, and she will be talking on the paper Rearticulating History, Mythology, and Hegemonic Sexuality, Alternative Perspectives in Kiran Nagarkar's Cuckold. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. So I have timed myself here as well, so I will wrap up in 5 minutes. I am dealing with Kiran Nagarkar. Oh, sure. So the title of my paper is Rearticulating History, Mythology, and Hegemonic Sexuality, Alternative Perspectives in Kiran Nagarkar's Cuckold. So my paper revisits dominant historic, mythological, and sexual narratives through contemporary positioning of Bhojraj, who's referred here as Maharaj Kumar, the saint poet Mirabai's husband in Kiran Nagarkar's Cuckold, as a creatively reconstructed semi-historical novel using a lens informed by queer theoretical and post-structuralist frameworks. So it argues that Nagarkar's work stages an intervention in the calcified deification of historical masculinity, as well as the imposition of heterosexuality in a lot of contemporary narratives of bhakti through transgressive performances of gender. So this work has been read in terms of desire and sexuality in a more conventional context, as Maharaj Kumar's thwarted desire for Meera and her love for Krishna. However, I will look at it as also something that provides a bit of a ground for male desire and male bhakti between Maharaj Kumar and Krishna. So Kiran Nagarkar writes, "It was the stuff of bad Nautanki plays, man, woman, and lover, except the last one was an almighty God." So the study of the Bhakti movement has for long served as a conduit between history and literature, and it also sets the ground for Nagarkar's work. Something that begins as jealousy because his wife is obsessed with Krishna eventually turns into reconciliation and desire for Krishna on the part of Maharaj Kumar. So here Maharaj Kumar's desire is almost entirely directed to Krishna instead of Meera, and he eventually begins feeling angry at her for claiming the blue god as hers. I won't give you detailed examples for because we're pressed for time, but I just want to tell you that there are multiple scenes in the book that actually talk about these transgressive gendered performances and sexual performances between Maharaj Kumar and Meera, and also the absent present figure of Krishna, where at one point he begins to dress as Krishna, then he begins to dress as a woman, and Meera dresses as Krishna. And at one point, Meera notes, men and women have genders. Gods are simultaneous, which is why, like Ardhanareshwar, you are both man and woman. Maharaj Kumar at some point also begins to feel like a woman. Now, these gendered scenes become quite important when we place these characters in the context of history and mythology. The disruption of the center of gender in this incident of embodying gender performance is considered transgressive, allows one to see a reconciliation of sorts between the mainstream religious narratives that involve the worship of Krishna on the one hand, with homosexuality, cross-dressing, gender fluidity, and other such ideas and their manifestations, which are often written out of narratives. So Nagarkar, in other words, might be said to be reconstructing or constructing what Raymond William calls a counter-hegemony by recovering discarded areas and addressing select representations of history. While Maharaj Kumar is seen as an anachronism of sorts, the very qualities that make him anachronistic seem to serve a very specific political purpose. or point that the narrative wishes to make. When Maharaj Kumar doesn't fit into the typical historical framework, it also sheds light on present day political constructs or sociological constructs around the community that identifies with it. Here I want to talk about the example of Padmavat, where the Karni Sena actually attacked the sets of Padmavat because there were certain scenes that they disagreed, and that the Rajput to be was a cuckold. So we see that a simple outrage over that which is historic fiction it threatens masculinity to such an extent that even in under the guise of poetic license, it is not allowed. So what we see is this. Sorry,
you have 1 minute more. 1 minute more.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. What we also see is this sexual transgression embodied in figures like Babur, and also there is the queen's head eunuch, who is named Bruhannada, who also draw from mythology and from the Babur Nama to insert homosexuality into these narratives. So you have the cross-dressing Hindu heir apparent to the kingship of Mewar and the founder of the Mughal Empire with homosexual inclinations organically inserted into this narrative. Now, I will very quickly go to my conclusion. The point of Nagarkar's writing and of this reading is not the historical accuracy or literary authenticity of this writing. It is of acknowledging the fluid conversation of history, myth, and imaginative literature, much like the fluidity that is presented above. And it suggests some very basic yet imperative ideas that narratives are malleable, that perspectives enrich monodimensional accounts, and that hegemonic narratives, whether they are of sexuality or of any other tradition, are usually standing over counter-narratives that are waiting to be unearthed. And it is through the flexibility of historical literature that these counter-narratives can be suggested and unearthed. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a wonderful piece. I really enjoyed it. And a different vision, story of Meera and the other side of it. So I think we have had a lot of them today's session. It was a pleasure listening to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Yes. We have a vegetarian also waiting for us. Thank you so much. Now do we have Dr. Idal Singh Ganesh with us? Yeah, I can see him here. Yes. Dr. Idal Singh Ganesh, yeah. Where are you?
Yes.
Can you put your video on so that we can all see you? Yeah, but can you put your video on so that we can see you too?
Okay.
As we yes. Okay, we have Dr. Can we have you please on screen? Megha?
Okay.
I would request to switch on your video. Yes.
Yes, he's here.
Yes.
Oh God, he's gone again.
Please keep your phone in front of your face. It's not clearly visible. Yes.
Okay. So we have one of our last presenters, unless we have one person who was missing. But Dr. Idal Singh Ganesh is going to present his paper on population growth, a challenge for national and international development. Please start.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, I can listen. Everyone, good afternoon. I not PPT presentation. I presentation hard copy. My title is Population Growth, a Challenge for National and International Development.
Please keep your mobile in the correct position.
One society economic and natural.
Your voice is too low.
Population a low planet.
I would
Dr.
request
Ganesh. Sorry, Megha, please continue.
I would request Dr. Idal Singh, please Your video and your audio is not clear. Please keep your mobile in the correct position so you can be seen in the middle of the screen. Yes, you may start.
A long-term plan that policy is needed, which should be a contract policy to is a problem.
Your internet connection is weak.
Yes, madam. Internet connect big should be divided by all the international community. If the population was is not but in time, these are the countries will have a lot in the coming time. It is not the responsibility of the government of the growth of population. All citizens of the society have to come forward there can here be some control over population. Any development plan over is made making is mind the current population rate, but repaid population was it is a difficult make the plan over project on the growth level because population rate is in controlled ways describes the of the country and respect over common line. What will increase with the increase in population, so will in threaten and the struggle for travel of life will become difficult. People policy should be but in place deal with the problem and challenge of population for the control of population more and more publicity should be disminded the mediums of government, social institutions and non-social institutions, education institution and social media. Moral art, consolation, problem growth, policy, development, and modern challenge. Okay, thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Kaash, we can barely hear you. Hello. We can anyway. You have around 30. You have around 30 seconds to finish because we can barely hear you. Thank you so much. Please continue. Please continue.
Thank you, madam. Okay, thank you, madam. Last.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Dr. Kaash, we are not able to hear you. Hello. Dr. Kaash, can you just wind up because the time is up and we have a valedictorian, Dr. Mala Pandurang, waiting for us. Hello.
Hello.
I think you can wind up, please. Thank you so much. Hello. Okay. I think Megha, we have literally lost him. Megha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'll just wind. Thank you so much, Dr. Dr. Idal Singh Kanish, I'm sorry we could barely hear you because of the poor connectivity at your end. I'm sure it would have been a very interesting paper, but we could barely hear what you have said. Do we have Mr. Ahmed Kumar here? Mr. Ahmed Kumar, are you here? If so, please do. No, I don't think he's here. Megha, I don't think he's here, is he? Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so we have so far 14 participants, and it has been really wonderful listening to each and every one of you. Each and every paper was a perfect delight to listen to, right? You know, you had from dance to history to literature, taking us to diaspora and refugees, the various ways. We really, really enjoyed it. And since with the time constraint, I thank you once again for participating and presenting your papers. And I know the time was short, and we sincerely apologize for this, but we had a wonderful session with in the morning, and that is the reason why there was a overshoot of time. So with this, we end the technical session in English, and I would like to hand over to Meghna. Meghna, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Meghna? Okay, over to Meghna. Thank you so much. Meghna.
I'd like to thank Dr. Ajit and Dr. Jadhav for conducting our technical session. Now we move on to the last segment of our fourth international conference.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. I would request to all the presenters, now we'll have a close meeting. I would request to all the presenters to join us from YouTube Live. Thank you.
Now we move on to the last segment of our fourth international conference. For the viewers who have joined us late, kindly note that we are participating in the fourth international conference on trajectories and intersections in writing of history and literature by Kaash Foundation's Center of Academic and Professional Development.
Meghna, sorry, kindly position your camera. You're partially visible. Yes, fair. Thank you.
In collaboration with Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, the Global Knowledge Academic, Spain, and St. Andrew's Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts. As of now, we have concluded the segment with Dr. Deepak Patnaik in conversation with Dr. Kaash Jadhav of Kaash Foundation, Director, Center of Academic and Professional Development. The first and second plenary sessions were chaired by Dr. Geeta Ajit, the Associate Coordinator of CAPD and the Joint Organizer, and Dr. Anandita Moitra, Joint Coordinator of CAPD, respectively. The first and second technical sessions were conducted by Dr. Geeta Ajit and Dr. Kaash Jadhav. With a lot of pride and pleasure, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mala Pandurang to initiate our valedictory session. Dr. Mala Pandurang is a professor, principal at Dr. B. College. He is a postdoctoral Foundation, Germany, and has the knowledge to have. He has also availed a short of Osborg of the AVS. Shimla and NEARS. Under her tenure, Dr.
Dr. Mala Pandurang, can I request you to switch off your audio, please, for the time being? Dr. Mala Pandurang, kindly switch off your only audio, please.
Yeah, audio switched.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll, yeah. Audio.
I support. We have
Audio. Dr. Pandurang, your audio, please.
Yeah, it shows us it's on mute, sorry.
No, I can hear you still if you're talking.
No, I'm not talking at all.
Yeah, your audio is still on, and that is.
No,
Can
I'm
you
not
please
talking
tweak the
at
audio?
all, and the screen shows it as being on mute.
Okay, fair enough.
She has published 7 books and 40 research projects in 2012. The SMET Women's University Maharshi Karve Pratika Shiksha Puraskar Best Teacher Award from the Governor of Maharashtra and Dr. Pandurang. What is Ma'am, you're requested to please address the session.
So, Mala Pandurang, you may begin your presentation.
Yes. Dr. Pandurang, your audio seems off here. Could you please turn it on and address the session? Yes.
Audio is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll just share my PPT with you. Meghna, will you let me know once the PPT is loaded?
Yes, ma'am, your PPT is loaded.
All right. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Jad.
You may press F5 button to view it on the whole screen. F5.
Yeah. Is that better?
No. Done.
All right. Okay. So thank you to Dr. Jadhav and thank you to Dr. Geeta and to the entire Kaash team for inviting me to do this presentation at the end of what seems to have been a very engaging conference. I have taken the title of my presentation, What is History, Sir?, from a question that is posed to a retired teacher of history and literature by his former student at the start of M.G. Vasanji's second novel, The Book of Secrets. Let me begin my talk by giving you the context of this particular narrative before I go on to discuss how Vasanji uses the trope of the book to challenge the centrality of the written word from the perspective of historiography. My intention is to demonstrate how by engaging with the material artifact of the book, Vasanji contests the validity of a singular linear interpretation of historical truth and simultaneously questions the weight accorded to memory as a repository of history. This is in keeping with the theme of the conference, and so I hope to use the text to present an argument that both literature and historiography, which I defined as the act of interpreting history, both rely on related metaphors and tropes and make use of similar strategies. In this sense, I wish to present that historiographical discourse is constructed in a very similar manner to narrative discourse. So a little about M.G. Vasanji. Vasanji is recognized as the first Tanzanian Asian novelist for his publications that are set in Africa. And prominently amongst these are the Gunny Sack, the In-Between World of Vikram Lal, and the magic of cider. Vasanji was born in Kenya, but he spent his growing years in Tanzania, and he migrated to Canada in 1978 and has been there from that time onwards. His forefathers were Khoja Ismailis, who migrated from Gujarat to East Africa at the turn of the 19th century. His creative fiction primarily focuses on recreating the largely unexplored life narratives of the Khojas, a fundamentally entrepreneurial community, which played a vital role in enabling the commercial expansion of the British Empire into territories which are today the present-day nation-states of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And what I've put up is a cartographic location in which the novel is set. You can see this is a map of British East Africa, and what is outlined there in dark is a railway line from Mombasa to Nairobi, for which Indian labor was used, and the Indian traders followed this railway line as they moved inwards to set up their trading posts. Now, the Book of Secret begins in 1988 when a retired school teacher called Pius Fernandez is given a tattered 75-year-old diary by one of his former students, Feroz. The diary has been discovered behind a bricked-up wall in the shop owned by an Asian trader called Pipa. It has entries written in English between 1913 and 1914 by Alfred Corbin, a junior colonial administrator in British East Africa. And Feroz hires his former teacher to decipher Corbin's illegible scribblings to find out if this incomplete 75-year-old diary has any value at all. He asks his former teacher this question: "You taught history, sir. Can you write it?" And this is the challenge that underlines Vasanji's larger project, not only of recreating the colonial and post-colonial history of the Asian community in East Africa, but it also offers an opportunity to critique Eurocentric historiography in terms of how history is analyzed, written, and presented. As Fernandez enters headlong into an engagement with the book, he embarks on a journey of the events and characters mentioned in the diary, which are eventually linked to his own life. He learns that Corbin had arrived in Kenya just before the First World War commences and was posted at the village of Kikonyo on the Kenyan-Tanzanian border on the request of the Indian community to the colonial authorities. Corbin maintains a diary wherein he meticulously records his perceptions of the new environment and of both the Africans and the Indians. Corbin offers a job as a domestic help to a young Khoja woman called Mariamu. Mariama's husband Pipa suspects her of having a relationship with Corbin, and this is further heightened when their son Ali is born with fair skin and grey eyes. In the course of events, Pipa returns home one day to find that Mariamu has been raped and murdered. The identity of her assailants remains one of the unresolved mysteries of the narrative. Pipa discovers, and this is central to the text, he discovers that Mariamu has stolen Corbin's diary along with his pen. And he believes that the book holds a secret to his son's paternity. He builds a shrine to Mariamu's memory where he safeguards Corbin's diary. And it is in this particular shop in Dar es Salaam, more than 75 years later, that the diary is discovered. As Fernandez embarks on his own historiographical project, he becomes increasingly obsessed with the hidden secrets in the diary. And he reflects this book, it ingests us and carries us with it, and so it grows. The diary is described as a 1913 edition published by Letts, and one of the kind that could be used by explorers set out by the empire to different regions of the world. It is described as being brittle with yellowed pages. Several pages are torn off, and the writing is often unreadable. So Fernandez finds himself speculating on the meaning of the several ineligible entries, as well as the fragmented accounts in the diary. And in order to give a certain cohesion to the disjointed entries, he draws from multiple sources, both published and oral, such as Corbyn's own published memoirs. He later on went to become the governor of Uganda, archival material, newspapers, and diaries of other colonial officers. More importantly, Fernandez draws from local gossip, community myths, and oral accounts of the personal histories of its characters, which he has investigated to establish connections between the disjointed entries. Now, Basanji employs this structural device of embedding a multiplicity of accounts of people who have witnessed the same historical event to challenge any notion of a singular historical truth. And by inserting his own interpretation between those of Corbyn's, Basanji makes Fernandez a parallel narrator, and the text becomes what can be described as historiographic metafiction, where the writing or construction of the novel is included within the novel's narration in an attempt to recreate the mystery of the past. Now, Linda Hutcheon talks about how historiographic metafiction self-consciously reminds us that while certain events may have occurred in the real empirical past, we name and constitute those events as historical events by selection and narrative positioning. And even more basically, we only know of these events through their discursive inscription through the traces in the present. It is interesting that Basanji uses the trope of the diary as a device to take forward a larger post-colonial project of contesting the veracity of the written word as a singular representation of historical truth. We must remember that it was not uncommon for colonial officers and their wives to meticulously maintain journal accounts of their experiences in the colonies, which were later drawn up as allegedly reliable historical drafts for reconstructing the master narrative of the colonial enterprise. Now, what is a diary? First, it is a personal record of jottings of everyday life from the perspective of an individual. Therefore, it is subjective. It is based on highly selective compilation of facts, which the author chooses to record as significant. The keeper of a diary may choose to write at intervals, and these temporal gaps makes it a discontinuous genre. And finally, the use of the trope of the diary reminds us that what may seem to be a reliable reconstruction of history could in fact be a blend of fact and fiction. Now, towards the end of the narrative, you have Ali's wife, Rita, in London, and she returns to Dar es Salaam to convince Fernandez to return the diary to her, and she pleads with him not to disclose the contents of the diary, claiming it to be private. Let it lie, this past, she tells Pius. The diary and the stories that surround it are now mine to bury. Fernandez not only accedes to our request, but he gives up his own compilation of research notes, or what he calls as his new book of secrets. A book as incomplete as the old one was, incomplete as any book must be. I have chosen this particular narrative by Basanji, keeping in mind the theme of this conference, which is to explore the intersections in writings of history and literature. As a close reading of this particular text brings to the fore questions of authorship, ownership, authenticity, and appropriation, and also the political act of stealing one's story back. The Book of Secrets effectively demonstrates how historiography, regardless of its claims to objectivity, is always a transitional process of mastery over a silent and mute body of knowledge, a body that must be simultaneously invaded and conquered. This is a quote from Shane Rhodes. Let me explain this idea a little further to the whole idea of perceived theft, which is a recurrent motive in the book. There are a number of acts of theft and of stealing that take place in which the book becomes a central object that is stolen. In this particular passage, Pippa had been enlisted as a porter for a European missionary expedition into the African interior, led by a European explorer called Livingstone, and we could assume that this is a reference to David Livingstone. And then he's caught, and this is the latter part of the quotation, he's pinned to the ground by Livingstone's lieutenants. In the rush of hands, somehow the book, a diary, had come out of the valise. The wondrous object, the book, lingered a while among the crowd until the last person had fingered it and had taken a peep at the writing inside before delivering it respectfully with both hands to the missionary. The theft of this wondrous object, the book, is taken to be a criminal act. And yet we must remember that neither Pippa nor anyone in the crowd has any idea of what was written in the book, as they neither had the language nor the literacy to interpret the script. There are other instances of theft. The village elders who watch Corbyn write into his diary every evening regard the colonial officer with suspicion and mistrust and refer to his diary as the book of our secrets. And a quote from the book, he steals our souls and locks them away. It is a magic bottle, this book, of captured spirits. See how he keeps his eyes skinned, this Mizungu, observing everything we do. Look at how meticulously this magician with the hat writes in it, attending to it more regularly than he does to nature, or more passion that he expends on a woman. There are other instances of theft. Mariammo steals Corbyn's diary and pen. It is unclear as to whether she has done so in order to steal her secret back, which might have been recorded by the Englishman in the diary. Pippa retains the diary, although he cannot understand the ink words, because he considers it to be a container of the ghost of Mariammo, and therefore it is theft because he does not return it to, and I use quotation marks, the rightful owner. Fernandez steals Corbyn's story by appropriating the narrative and creating a book within a book. Rita, Alice's wife, steals the narrative back, arguing that what is private ought to remain private in the private domain. And when the question of Alice's paternity is concerned, she argues that it affected the honor of her family and that Fernandez was trying to read and write what was not meant to be written, and the secret therefore must remain a secret. The whole narrative is an act to take ownership of the account by a colonial officer and to subvert it. And by writing this narrative, Basanji creates an alternate script, a counter history, bringing to fore the history of a largely oral community, while acknowledging at the same time that the accounts of the Europeans may be the only record of a time that has gone by. In doing so, he reinserts the hitherto marginalized history of the Asian community in East Africa into post-colonial accounts of the continent's past. But just as we cannot dismiss the politics that inform and enable the writing of Corbyn's diary, we must also examine the motivation behind Fernandez's narrative recreation. Let me return back to the question that is posed by Feroz. What is history? What is history, sir? Indeed, who owns history? Who needs it? What is fact? What is fiction? What is a fine dividing line between fact and fiction? The scope of this question brings into the frame larger concerns related to assumptions on the validity of a singular historical truth based on the written text. And importantly, again in the context of this conference, it draws our attention to the correspondence between historiography and hegemonic structures in terms of both operating in terms of an imposition of one order over another, with the power of the written word to negate and sideline any other existing versions. In any power hegemony, there is an enforced silence of the other, of the marginalized and their past, and this past, to quote Risotto, is the fiction of the present. The trope of the book is engaged for a similar purpose by Nigerian veteran writer Chinua Achebe in his first novel, Things Fall Apart, which is recognized as one of the most significant counter-narratives of resistance of the 20th century. The ironic ending of Things Fall Apart pinpoints the crux of the politics of misrepresentation in relation again to the book as a material artifact. For those of you who are not familiar with this brilliant novel, it was written by Achebe when, as a university student in 1952, he came across a much-praised novel called Mr. Johnson by Joyce Carey, in which the presentation of the history of Nigeria and the Igbo, as well as the figure of the African himself, angered Achebe, who later asserted that the story of the African was something that could not be told for us by anyone else, no matter how gifted or well-intentioned. What I've put up in the screen is something that I got from the internet when I tried to Google a book cover of Mr. Johnson. But you can see there's a letter written here as late as 1991 by a father to his son, who actually refers to Mr. Johnson as an inspired choice. And this is a text that angered Achebe considerably to recreate the history of the Igbo society himself. Things Fall Apart creates a larger story of the encounter between the colonial intruders and the Igbo village of Umuofia. The central protagonist is called Okonkwo, a respectable leader, who tries to organize a clan to resist changes that the colonial encounter brings in. But when he fails to do so, he commits suicide as the old order collapses and things fall apart. Okonkwo's friend Oberika leads the European district commissioner to the body of the once proud and respected warrior, which dangling now from a tree in his backyard after Okonkwo has committed suicide. The refusal of Okonkwo's clansmen to cut down his body, as suicide is considered taboo among the Igbo, puzzles this self-proclaimed scholar of the primitive customs of the Africans. And the district officer decides that the story of Okonkwo might make for interesting reading. And this is what I refer to as the brilliant ironic ending of the book. As the district commissioner walks away from Okonkwo's body, he decides that he would include this as one of the many strange and peculiar customs of Africa that he would record in a book that he is contemplating writing. And this is how the book ends, and I quote from the last few lines of the book. One could almost write a whole chapter on him. Perhaps not a whole chapter, but a reasonable paragraph at any rate. There was so much else to include, and one must be firm in cutting out details. And he had already chosen the title of the book after much thought, The Pacification of the Tribes of the Lower Niger. And in this we see that the space allotted to Okonkwo is first restricted to a chapter and then to a paragraph. And finally, his tragic death is reduced to a single sentence. As readers, we are witness to a process wherein the indigenous oral account of Achebe's protagonist is usurped by the written official account of the white district commissioner. And the commissioner thus emerges, as Jefu points out, and I quote, a figure not merely of political, administrative power, but also of narrative, discursive, epistemic authority. Achebe engages in producing his own book as a means of stealing the story back. In writing his counter-narrative, Achebe ensures that Okonkwo will now have his own story that the world will hear and remember. I would like to conclude by citing another Nigerian writer, much younger, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, TED Talk of the danger of allowing our knowledge and understanding of the past to be limited by what she terms as the danger of a single story. And I think that I attended the last technical session of the conference, and I think this is what each of the presenters has been stressing upon repeatedly over and over again, be it the refugees or the poor or the diaspora, the displaced, the marginalized. There is a danger of the single story which leads to representation of the truth as a single truth, and also over and over again, the written word over other forms of messaging. Our lives, our cultures are composed of many overlapping stories, and Adichie appeals to us to learn to listen to them. And I would like to conclude by just reading out what she has to say on this TED Talk, which is available on YouTube. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispose and to malign, but stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. And then she goes on to describe how she once read how Alice Walker had written about her southern relatives who had moved to the north. And when she introduced them to a book about the southern life that they had left behind, and I cite, they sat around reading the book themselves, listening to me read that book, and a kind of paradise was regained. Indeed, I would like to end with this thought that when we reject a single story, when we realize there is never a single story about any place, we regain a kind of paradise. Thank you once again for the opportunity to be here and to address everybody, and also to learn from many of the engaging presentations that I've been listening to throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Interpretation of your session was very elaborate. From a variety of areas, from the encounters of the colonial intruders and the equivalent for dispensation, to the pacification of the lower tribe of Lower Niger, and the stories that matter, the ones that empower, break the dignities, and humanize the situation. I would like to acknowledge the manner in which you engage the session. Now that we are moving on behalf of Kaash Foundation, I would like to thank our guests, all delegates. Thank you all for your time and valuable inputs in making this conference truly successful. For the benefit of the viewers who have just joined us, kindly note that we are participating in the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature by Kaash Foundation Center of Academic and Professional Development, in collaboration with Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Knowledge Academic Spain, and St. Andrew's Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts. We have concluded the segment with Dr. Patnaik earlier in conversation with Dr. Kaash Jadhav, Director, Center of Academic and Professional Development. The first and second plenary sessions were conducted were chaired by Dr. Geeta Ajit and Dr. Nandita Moitra, Joint Coordinator of CAPD. The technical sessions were concluded by Dr. Geeta Ajit and Dr. Jadhav. and followed by the valedictory session by Dr. Mala Pandurang on the topic, What is History, Sir? Contesting the authority of the book. Now I call upon the joint organizer of the conference, Dr. R.P. Punjabi, the joint collaborator, Center of Academic and Professional Development, for concluding the ceremony with her remarks, giving her spectacular, insightful rendition of the fourth international conference on trajectories and intersections in writing of history and literature. Ma'am, would you please address the session?
Yes. Thank you, Meghna. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am. Audible but not visible. Yes, visible too.
Visible too? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Meghna. Thank you very much. You have been wonderful through the day. You have really carried the torch and you've really seamlessly, just pulled along the whole conference. Thank you very much for that. Welcome to the concluding remarks for the fourth international conference, Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature, organized by Kaash Foundation and the CAPD, that is the Center of Academic and Professional Development, which works to enhance and empower the process of research and pedagogy. This was in collaboration with Swami Vivekanand Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Global Knowledge Academic, Spain, and St. Andrews Center for Philosophy and Performing Arts, Mumbai. Thank you very much to our collaborators. Without your support, it would have been very difficult to put forth this very successful event. The day started, as Meghna had shared with you earlier, the day started with a keynote speaker, Dr. Devdutt Patnaik, who had a very engaging and enlightening session about locating myth in history. And he elaborated on how mythology propels history. And in his Q&A session with Dr. Jadhav, he also spoke about how Greek and Hindu mythology, they come together, and the importance of interdisciplinary studies. That is what we were looking at this conference, the intersection of history and literature, how one cannot be studied without the influence of other. We had two plenary sessions. Plenary one, as Meghna shared, was shared by Dr. Geeta Ajit, who is the joint organizer and associate coordinator for CAPD. We had speakers from international speakers. We had Frederick Simon, director of Alliance Mumbai. We had Dr. Mani Mangai from Malaysia, and we had Professor Diana Linda, who unfortunately couldn't join, but she did send us a video from Italy. Thank you very much for your contributions. It was really an enlightening session, followed by another plenary session, which was ably handled by Dr. Nandita Moitra. And at that time, we had the pleasure of having Dr. Sudhir Nikam, the chairman of Board of Studies of University of Mumbai. We had Dr. Avakash Jadhav, our very own Kaash Foundation director and founder trustee and director of CAPD. And we also had Dr. Omkar Bhatia, co-founder for Philosophy and Performing Arts in Mumbai. This was followed by two technical sessions. One technical session was headed by chaired by Dr. Avakash Jadhav. This time we had speakers in Hindi, all the way from Madhya Pradesh. And then we had another session in English, which was chaired by Dr. Geeta Ajit, where we had 15 presentations. Very enlightening, very encouraging, and they have generated so much of conversation, and I'm sure it has left you all with a lot of food for thought. Our valedictory was none other than Dr. Mala Pandurang, and it was such a delight having her principal, Dr. BMN College, who spoke about how history and emotions are unraveled through a narrative. I must say that we have had a very successful run. Thank you to each and everyone who participated. There were presenters who have put up papers absolutely at the last minute, at very short notice. I thank you all for all your support, and I look forward to your continued support. I also want to just share a little bit that Kaash Foundation is known to have known to be a breakthrough organization, and I just want to put on record that we are one of the first ones to put our intellectual deliberations on YouTube through our international symposiums. And right now we've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. So that's quite an achievement, I think. So we'll take a pat on our back for that also. But again, that would have not happened. This conference would not have been a great success without your contribution, without your presence. We look forward to your continued support. We have more conferences coming up. We have one coming up on 3rd of June, the 5th International Conference in collaboration with the University of Al-Zahra, Iran. We look forward to seeing you there too. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. Over to you, Meghna.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the collaborators, the viewers, and presenters and participants. Thank you to Dr. Devda Patnaik and Dr. Mala Panditang, ma'am. Now I would like to request our Honorable Dr. Kaash Javed, the founder of Kaash Foundation and the director of Center for Academic and Professional Development, to please conclude the event. Dr. Javed, can we please have you?
Yes. Thank you, Meghna. Thank you. For any event to be successful, a lot of hard work goes behind it, and people who have been really striving hard to make this conference happen. Kaash Foundation has its own social media team, so I would like to thank for their efforts for all these days to make this conference successful. We also have a very strong tech team who is giving us technical support. I would like to mention and commend the efforts of Dishan, Megha, Rohan, Nan, who have been really working hard to provide us as much as possible seamless technical support for that matter. We also have our volunteers who will working on various aspects of creativity to promotions and such for all these days. So I would like to place on record strong thank you to the team members and the volunteers. And of course, the pillars of this conference have been always there with me and support unconditionally rather. Dr. Geeta Ajit, Dr. Punjabi, and Nandita Moitra, they were always there, encouraged, and rather give me a small little free hand wherever I could changes. And of course, the captain of the day, Meghna, Meghna has really managed to put this entire show so well. That in the last 6 hours, I think the way she managed to divide the segments, particularly the areas of keynote speaker to Amala Pandurang's valedictory session. Special thanks to Devda and a very formal way I tried to interact with him and I proposed that would you a keynote speaker, and he readily agreed and he sent me his title and he was quite encouraging also. And of course, whatever the foundation works on, supportive. And also our valedictory speaker, Dr. Mala Pandulam, she was generous enough to lend small space that she managed to give us. And she also presented a very thought-provoking. So I would like to thank all of you on behalf of Kaash Foundation family that you will kindly subscribe to Kaash Foundation. We have many more activities to pay rightly to stated by us. I will keep doing the same thing. It will be because of you and the participation reached. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, participants. Thank you for people presenters for to me. Thank you, Meg.
Thank you, Dr. Javed. For all the viewers, kindly log on to our website, www.kaashfoundation.org for further details and stay tuned with us on Kaash Foundation YouTube channel. This is Meghna signing off on behalf of Kaash Foundation from the 4th International Conference on Trajectories and Intersections in Writings of History and Literature by Kaash Foundation's Center of Academic Development. Kindly fill up the feedback form, which is in the box and is mandatory to generate your e-certificates of this session. Thank you all. Certificates of this session. Thank you all.